Get ready for Track Night Vienna. Let's go!
Thanks for that, Rosemary. And as she said, welcome everybody to Track Night Vienna 2023 edition. This is the 7th edition of this and the first time that's been involved on the on-track nights. Joining me will be Robert Baumann and Tom Gerschel with his expert commentary. Welcome to Vienna, guys.
Welcome. Thank you.
First time here for this event, and as I said, it's the first time that it's been a part of the on-track night series.
I mean, we have seen it. I've been here before as an athlete once, and I mean, what they set up here is absolutely brilliant. This is a marvelous environment to run fast times. I'm really excited for the races. We've heard it before. It's this super packed field, really masterclass athletes coming here to Vienna tonight. We got still a little bit of wind out here right at the moment, but I'm thinking it's going to cool off. David, what do you think?
The weather prediction is that the wind will drop as the night goes on later, so when we get to the faster races, the conditions will be a lot better. And Tom, you probably know a lot of these athletes. What are you expecting tonight? What are you hoping to see?
We are hoping for so many facility records, hopefully in every race. And look at this event here. It's amazing, and I'm just very happy to be part of this.
You'll see later on that
that's what I was going to say.
This on track, it's not just about the athletic side of it. It's more about bringing people to athletics, bringing the community to athletics, and athletics is an individual race once the race starts, but you have a team to get that athlete onto the start line. And this is also about celebrating the team that you have, the supporters that you have, and bringing the spectators closer to the athlete, more involved with the competition. So you'll see later on the atmosphere they have. They've got jumping castles for the kids. They've got sprint timing for the entertainment later on. Everything's going to be here. The atmosphere's be great, and hopefully it'll help the athletes running some sensational times.
David, definitely, because that's what I was going to say. It's like you're going to see it later on. This whole stadium has completely evolved itself to like an entertainment castle, basically. And track and field's not just running anymore. It's an event, and it brings the public, it brings the people who are watching this so close towards the athletes that it's gonna you can really feel it, like the people watching it and the athletes themselves on the track. They can feel the people around them, and it's going to push them towards fast times. I'm pretty certain about that. And for me, being a former athlete, I would have loved to run an event like this, and this is really absolutely marvelous what they set up here. I'm super excited.
Also, we have, for the first time in Austria, we have the wave light technology. Tom, can you tell us a little bit about that?
So yeah, there's a light on the inside of the lane 1, and it is marked with a finish pace. So maybe, for example, we want to go under 13 minutes for 5K, and hoping for a time after under 13 minutes in our A race. And so the lights are going on right on the pace, and the pace maker knows perfectly is he on the right pace, and also the whole pack knows. No, okay, we are right, and we are going for a time under 13 minutes.
So basically, it's an artificial pacemaker to help the actual pacemakers and the athletes.
Like an infield rabbit.
Yeah, okay, yeah, super. Yeah, so that's something for those people that haven't seen that before. Keep your eyes on the inside lane, just on the ground. There will be some lights going around, and that will be the pace that the people.
They're going to have to wait for the later times, because right now it's a little too.
They still show up.
Okay,
We've had them. We've actually had 5 kilometer races so far already before we started live on air. And this was more. Already? We could see them already. Yes, right. Yeah. This was more our hobby athletes. So it's also not about our elite runners that we have here tonight, but it's also that the hobby athletes can experience the same meeting and the same atmosphere and everything that the elite runners have. And we saw lots of guys running PBs and
talking about hobby and amateur runners. I guess this whole event is all about community. It's about running and the pure essence of running. And you can see right now, we've heard it already, there's a pride parade going on in Vienna, and it's Vienna celebrating love tonight, and you can see a whole ton of people filling up the infield already, so I'm really excited for tonight. It's going to be really packed. We have some show acts in between, and I'm really hoping that there's a lot of people coming here after all the events happening in the city, especially when it gets a little darker. We're going to have a light show everywhere. It's going to be
Townsend.
Said in Paris they had only one tent, I suppose, and then now they set up a second one. It's going to be an absolute drive out there on the track tonight.
Exactly, it's big. It's a big tent set up on the back straight and the front straight. They basically create a tunnel atmosphere, and the athletes and spectators are in there. But we should run through what's coming up tonight.
That's what I was going to say, exactly. Yeah. Tom, maybe you, as well, you know what's happening tonight. You know the people coming. Maybe you can tell us a little bit about what's happening out here tonight.
So now we are going up to the C heat at the 800-meter man, and afterwards we will see the B race, and then the women are on the track, heat B, then heat A, and then we will change back to the men, heat 1, heat A, and then
the men are expecting, I think, about sub 1:45 is their target, and the A race of the women hoping to go under the 2 minutes, getting close to the World Championship automatic qualifying.
Yeah. At least they're going to go very close to that, I think. It's going to be possible.
That'll be the pace that it's set at to go for the automatic qualifying time for the World Championship. So coming up later this year.
What's going to be interesting is if the 800-meter A races will have enough time for the wind to cool off already. I'm kind of... For the 5,000 meters, it's going to definitely be perfect conditions here in Vienna for the 800s. We're going to have a little look at the trees on the back straight, and we're going to see if the conditions are good or not. But I mean, I suppose with the wind as well, the tents will be somewhat beneficial. At least they create a tunnel for yourself, for your mind, like a mental tunnel.
Exactly. Yes. You've got a bit of coverage around from the tents, and you're going through these tunnels, so you'll be protected from the wind there. And I mean, there is a little bit around, but it's not too strong. You will have the pacemaker in front as a bit of a windbreak as well. So I think that will help them. And as you can see, there's concerts happening. Then at 6:30, we'll go into the first of the more elite 5,000-meter races. We have a women's race and a men's race.
It's going to be a 5,000-meter rally, basically. We're having 5 or 6, I think. I'm not quite sure how many. We're going to have quite a lot of 5,000-meter races, slowly easing up towards that 30.
That's the main event for the night. Starting with, as we said, the hobby athletes, and the last event of the night will be the A race for the men over the 5,000 meters.
And I mean, we're going to get into that, but we have pretty big names out here on the track tonight. I think what's going to be better if you guys stay tuned and you're going to listen to it towards the events. We're going to introduce the athletes. I'm highly excited for what's happening. I think we got about 5 minutes left until the first race. Maybe this is a series, obviously, on track nights.
This is the fourth of the series. It started in Los Angeles.
Okay.
It then moved to
London,
which was the night of the 10,000 meter PBs.
Yes.
Big event there. And last weekend was in Paris. We're in Vienna now, and in December they will head down under to Melbourne.
Zatopek.
So yes, the Zatopek 10,000, very big event in Melbourne. I've been there a few times.
For all of you guys out there listening, we got about 3 minutes left. The guys are lining up for the 800-meter C race, but maybe this is a great opportunity just to tune in and check out what was happening on track nights before. A little preview, a little highlight video of what was happening back in LA at the first on-track event this year. Here you go.
First on-track night stop of 2023, the Sound Running Track Fest.
Slowly getting ready. This first race will be, let's say, rather
Well,
it's still fast. Let's just
150.
say- Yeah, it's
One
gonna be
1 minute 50
yeah.
is the pace they're going for.
And we got quite a few. It's going to be more like a domestic battle out here. Quite a few Austrian athletes, but as well as some Germans. I guess Vienna is it's a beautiful position within Europe for a lot of younger athletes to travel to and enjoy these great conditions for running and for running fast times. So this is definitely going to be a it's going to be, I guess you can't say domestic, but a rather domestic battle. We got quite a few very good Austrian athletes in here. David, you're probably going to know them best.
There is some good athletes we've got coming later up, especially. Sebastian Frey is one to look out for in the 5,000 meters. But there's also a couple of the local athletes going for limits for the qualification for under 23 championships, under 20 championships, etc. We have 12 in this first race. We'll just go through the start list now.
Okay, sure. There's on lane 1 we're going to see Samuel Lengauer. Right next to him is going to be Stefan Klefatz, and there's a name some people might know, Marcel Tobler. He used to be a very good talent back when in the younger ages. Then we have Niklas Keinrad, Elias Lachkovis, Leon Steinkrug, athlete from Germany, all the way from Berlin. He traveled here. And then we have Christian Taut. He's from Romania. Philipp Hafner, also an Austrian. Arthur Beimler, another German, all the way from Leipzig. Niklas Altmann, Fabio Pfister, and Tis Delocht, Belgian athlete, will do the pace here. As we said, we're going to try to run 150. At least that is the plan. They're going to, have the opportunity to use a little bit of backwind down the back straight, and then they're going to have to fight against the wind back home towards the finish line, which I guess over the 800 meters might be good. I've talked to a lot of especially 400 meter sprinters who will prefer to have backwind on the back straight because they're going to die anyway down towards the finish line.
Interesting theory, yeah.
So I suppose the 800 meter being a long sprint as well.
I prefer to have back straight with a headwind because I was a bit fresher then, and when I was dying, at least have some assistance to help me get to the finish line.
To carry you home, I
yes.
guess. Yeah. But it's going to be an interesting race now.
The Romanian athlete in Christian Taut has the fastest best time on paper with a 1:50.36. So he's the one to look out for. Be starting in the inside of lane 4 that he shares there with Philipp Hafner.
The blue vest.
Blue vest with the headband on. So
it is a Romanian national singlet, so you can see the fastest guy, easy.
So we're ready for the first race of our televised coverage today of the Track Night Vienna. Athletes are called to the start line. They're away now, and of course in this 800 meters they run the first 100 meters in their lanes, and then they are able to cross over to the inside lane where they run the remaining 700 meters.
And it looks to me as if Arthur Beimler, the athlete from Leipzig, has gone out the hardest, trying to get that spot right behind the pacemaker, the guy in the black, but he seems to get tumbled back right now. We're going to have a look who's settling in there right behind the pace. It's Fabio Pfister in the yellow jersey as well. But
it's the Romanian that is taking the lead there.
And then on the outside, right on the shoulder, that's the athlete from Leipzig, Arthur Beimler. He was under 23 German champion last year over the 1500 meter.
To come into the front straight now for the first time. A little bit of fireworks there as they go past there, and they get the bell. They go through in just around the 54, 55 second mark.
Yeah, unfortunately we don't have a time on the video right there, but
I can
it's
see the time
still
here.
the Romanian, and then Arthur Beimler, and then it's Marcel Tobler, the Austrian, training here in Vienna as well. So it's basically a home event for him. And the question is going to be who's going to move it. It's Marcel Tobler now on the outside in the older New Balance dress. He's all the way out on lane 2, but Arthur Beimler.
It's Elias Lachkovis from the Schreckart Club in Vienna. He's a younger athlete. 2004 he was born, so one of the younger ones in this race. Definitely from Schreckart. It's Elias Lachkovis. Got about 80 meters to go, and Elias is fighting on strong. They're trying to come from behind. It's going to be close, but Elias just hangs on with a 1:49.94 unofficial. So perfectly set there for that 150 target we're after.
Yeah, and I gotta.
You can see him there. Look how excited he is there. Straight over to his supporters. Big hug there.
And it was Marcel Tobler obviously on as a second position, trying to hunt him down. I was kind of confused, waiting, thinking he was the pace.
Yeah, no, definitely number 366 on his bib was
Marcel
Tobler.
Coming in there very hot on down the main straight, trying to challenge Elias Lachkovis there.
It was a strong challenge, but Lachkovis held on to break that 150 mark for the first time.
I guess we're gonna have to try to hold him off. Maybe we can have a little chat with him.
So of course those times that we give you as they cross the finish line are all unofficial. We'll bring you the times for all the athletes when they become available. Robert has just gone down now chasing Elias, and we'll get a bit of a insight to how the race was and what happened there.
They're looking for a short interview now.
So looks like he's found him. So just a moment, we'll cross down to him where he's in the interview area. Just waiting, of course, for the athletes to catch their breath a bit. So we'll cross down to him now. Robert is down there with our winner of the 800 meters, our first telecast race.
I think they are ready in a few seconds. I think we have to translate. He wants to talk
Okay.
in German.
Yes, that's no problem, no problem.
Elias, servus. Elias, welcome. Congratulations. 1:59, first
Dankeschön.
time under 2 minutes. Wie war's für dich heute hier draußen?
Ey, es war richtig geil. Ich habe mich so gut gefühlt, schon nach 200 habe ich gewusst, Beine sind frisch, so gut ist man noch nie gegangen. Durchgegangen, 55 habe ich gedacht, fuck, jetzt muss ich drücken, sonst geht sich unter 1,50 wieder nicht aus. Aber dann 10, 601, 22, jetzt gib ihm und dann geht es sich raus und es hat funktioniert.
Ja, ganz stark da durch die Kurve. Wie war's im Wind? Wie hat sich der Wind angefühlt draußen
Den
auf
habe
der
ich gar
Strecke?
nicht so gespürt. Vor allem, weil ich anfangs auch auf Position 2 gelaufen bin und erst drüben vorbeigegangen bin, habe ich eigentlich ziemlich Wind gar nicht bemerkt jetzt.
Was macht die Atmosphäre hier oder einfach kompletter Tunnel?
Ist richtig geil da. So habe ich noch nie erlebt bei so einem Meeting, also wirklich nicht. Wirklich on top.
Elias, herzlichen Glückwunsch zum ersten Mal unter 2 Minuten, Alter. Weiter von hier. Herzlichen Glückwunsch.
Danke.
Mach weiter so. Danke, dass du da warst. Dankeschön.
Dankeschön.
So Tom, could you just give us a quick translation of what he said there before we head into our next race?
Yeah, he said it was a bit too slow first half or first lap, and then he said he thought, okay, I have to push the second half, and he went in front. 300 meters to go, and then he made it to the finish line and set a new personal best under 150.
So we get ready now for our next 800-meter race from the men, where they're going to be heading for a time of 1:47 now. So picking up the pace a bit, 1:47 is the target time. We'll take you through the start list for the athletes in this race. I have 11 athletes lining up in this race.
Okay, I think we are ready to start now, but
we'll get through that in the first race. They're just about to start. So while they're off, we had
Janos Kubaski, Georgios Matsdaridis, Sergio Miranda, Maximilian Pingpang, Robin Öster, Mark Fendley Daniel, Georgi Kiss, Daniel Kutsota, Jack Atherton, Jiri Janicek, and Lukas Kribo.
And I think it's the Hungarian athlete Janos Kubazi, if I saw that correctly on his bib right there, who went right behind the pace.
Priba looks like he is the pacemaker there, other Czech Republic athlete.
And on the outside, it's an Australian.
That's Jack Atherton there from Australia, now moving up into second place.
So it's Hungary against Australia, and as the pace slowly fades off, 500 meters, beautiful paced race out there too, and now it's all on towards the Hungarian as the Australian is locked up at his shoulder, and they swing wide down the back straight now with that little bit of tailwind. And it's still the Hungarian pushing off strong. Needs to watch out that his heels don't get clipped there.
You can see the wave light now. It's see on the floor.
So right on pace there for this 1:47.
And the Australian really has to pay for the pace. They're all falling back all the way as they line up all the way to lane 3.
The moves have been made.
And it's the 4:25. It's Daniel Kotuca who takes the win, the Czech athlete with the strongest last 100 meter.
1:47.33 unofficial, so just outside that 1:47 barrier, but
nearly,
still a very good run.
Nearly the season best of this guy, nearly by a hundredth of a second.
And I guess you can see that the track at least is quite quick today. I mean, the first two races, I don't want to.
The commentator curse, it's known as.
I don't want to talk too loud, but it looks as if the athletes came here with great legs and are willing to run fast. So,
well, some of the athletes have come through this whole series, and they ran the 10,000 meters in London last week in Paris, running personal bests. So a lot of the athletes are in good form. Come here for this great event with the great atmosphere to continue their good form and just follow on from the events that they have run in the past weeks, months, and continue the form on, hoping to get to this World Championships that are held later this year.
And especially, we're going to see in the faster races later, especially there's going to be quite a few athletes who took the whole European tour, basically, took this on Track Night series very serious. And definitely, I think it has proven already that the conditions are great for quick races. We had a huge requests of athletes trying to run here in Vienna as well. So
it was booked out. Yes, the organisers basically had to turn some top quality athletes away just because there's not enough place available for them. It's very popular. They've had very good organizational and very good results in the previous years, and now with the on-track nights coming aboard and being a part of this night as well, it's bigger and better than ever, and the athletes appreciate this, and they come not only just to run their best, but also supporting the event. So it grows and grows and continues to get bigger, and it's only beneficial for them.
And I mean, we're here in the first year of this series, and we're saying it grows and grows. I mean, that's a fact that speaks for itself, that this is definitely working out the way I guess the organizers have expected it to go. And I mean, you can see now that the stadium is filling up already, and the people are excited for what's to come. And we've only just started with the firework of Vienna.
Exactly. I mean, there's acts here, there's shows, there's live music. There's a chance that, you know, people that follow these live acts will come to watch their favorite musician. You know, it's probably a cheap concert for them to come to, but then they get introduced to the sport of athletics, and then hopefully they come back to it again because they had a great night, they bring their friends, and it just gets bigger and bigger and grows the sport of athletics, which we all love.
And here coming up now, a quite fast race already for the women's B race over 800 meters. The pace is set to go towards 2:04. It would be a great achievement for all of those athletes if we manage to actually go somewhere towards that 2:04 mark, which is a brilliant performance. And we have, if I see that correctly, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 athletes in there as well, with including the pacemakers, so 10 to go all the way towards the line. And it's going to be interesting to see who will...
Helena Vogel on the outside, she's a local athlete, so she trains on this track, so she knows every centimetre of this, so she'll conduct the pace. And you want to run us through the rest of the athletes in the field, Robert?
Well, we have Elliot Chaput, Alessia Peduzzi, all the way from Italy. A lot of French athletes as well here. Another one is Alice Seguin, Suri Stör, Katharina Stöger, Nicola Goller, Hana Grobovšek, Nicole Brauchner, Lucia Susterecic, Tala Cekavčnik. I'm sorry for that, another Slovenian athlete, and she's a quick one too. So very international field already here on the 800 meters, and we have the live camera footage as well within the camera, and we're gonna look at what this race has in prospect for us.
One of the interesting athletes running, you see just in the middle of the field there, one of the smaller athletes, Susie Stor, is a local athlete, also trains here, but she's under 16 athlete, so a very young athlete. She's around the 2:13 so far this season. So up and coming talent here from Austria.
And this looks as if it's a well-paced race. All of the athletes really accepting what the pacemaker is doing here as they
sitting right on the wave light, and they go through the first lap in 61 seconds.
And it's 2:57. It's Hana Grobovšek from Slovenia, who is now on her own, down with 300 meters to go, just dropping off a little bit of the pace right there, just trailing just a tap behind that wave light as they go down the back straight through the second tent. But she's really pushing hard now. You can see, I think, that she's really opened up quite a gap there on her followers, just racing that wave light now on the inside of lane 1. Really strong performance of this Slovenian.
I mean, I think it's very interesting with this wave-like technology. As you said, the other competitors have dropped off now, but rather than being alone, she's racing the lights.
Yeah, she has a companion. You are definitely right. And she's right on that. She's even ahead of the pace right now.
She's in front of it, and she crosses it. Oh, just outside 2:04.71. She runs there.
But that is at least a huge personal best for her here in Vienna. 2:04.71. As she's trying to catch her breath.
The season best was from her was 2:07.53.
So she's gonna catch her breath here. Maybe we can ask her how her experience was with the wave light, especially. She was all alone down 300 meters to go. Good race from the Slovenian. And you can really see how this whole environment here in Vienna, in this rather small stadium, which turned into a huge arena of performance. Tom, you remember your days, don't you? How would you have loved to run in a race like this?
Oh yeah, so I think the last 800 meters in, I think more than 10 years ago. So, but the atmosphere is, yeah, so special. So I'm sitting here and I'm loving, yeah, track racing. I'm a kid of, yeah, loving athletics, and so yeah.
So you
I said, oh no, I will never spike up my shoes again. But when I'm looking here, these guys, so I want to go to yeah, to do this again.
You can feel it tickle in your toes, I guess.
Oh yes, that's it.
But then you turned to the streets, didn't you? You were running the marathon now. Do you see any opportunity, like any chance for something like a wave light technology for the marathon? Do you think it would do any good if you're running a marathon, maybe an international stage at competitions where you don't have a pacemaker? And do you think that would do any good for the races?
Yeah, but it's, I think it is, yeah, it is difficult. Maybe you should do it on a track, but because, yeah, it's possible to do this with wave lights, but it's not possible to do wave lights on all around Berlin or London or yeah, so.
But we're going into the interview real quick. Sorry, Tom. And now the winner of the 800-meter B race.
Winner of our women's B race. How was that for a run today, Hana? I think it was just over the 2:04. Personal best for you, I believe?
Yeah. That's a personal best. I was hoping for it, and I'm just really happy that I did it, even though I was running by myself the last.
We saw that in the last 200 you broke away from the rest of the pack, but you have the wave light next to you at this 2:04 pace. You had the lights on the inside of your track. Did you see them?
No.
Yeah, okay. We saw you running against them and thought you were racing the light.
Oh.
How was the atmosphere though here?
Amazing, yeah.
Amazing?
I was. It's amazing, yeah. The people and everything. It just makes it more like casual and chill. And, you know, usually I'm very nervous, so today I was pretty chill and I just tried to trust me. So
thanks for that, Hana, and congratulations once again. And we'll cross back to our main commentators as the next race is on their way.
Thank you.
And it's not just any race, it's the 800-meter A race. It's the fastest out there. It's gonna go towards 144, 145, and it's the pace up at front, and right behind him it's Kutatoi Kidali from Kenya, the on-athlete. He's a guy that definitely can run a small 45 if he gets the race in the day, and I think today is the race and the day, and he's right behind the pace, and they're beautifully on the pace as well. And the guy that's trailing right behind him in the mix is Thomas Randolph on second in the colorful jersey, and he is the European under-23 bronze medalist. He as well this season couldn't quite find the race he was looking for, but outside there is also Guy Learmonth, who's now trying to fight against Kutatoi Kidali.
Guy Learmonth runs quite often here at the indoor season, so he's not a stranger to Vienna.
But it's definitely Kidali, it's the Kenyan who's really just fighting there now with 100 meters to go, and it's a beautiful stride. Look at him go as the guys behind just, you know, kind of swing wide all towards lane 4. It's going to be close, it's going to be tough, but it's Kutatoi Kidali in 1:45.23, if I saw that correctly.
1:45.23, yes.
And that would be a new personal best for the Kenyan. He hasn't had a glorious season so far, but he really came here with a mission, and he definitely achieved it. You can see he's happy with that.
It is exactly just 100th of a second next to his personal best and season best as well. So
you can see him being happy here. Beautiful race by Kutatoi Kidali, all the way alone out there. And it's going
it's going race by race. We're gonna have to try to get him in the interview, but the women's are ready already. It's an exciteful event here, David.
Hopefully, yes, we'll quickly get Koitador Kadali from Kenya to get his reaction from this race. That was the A race, so our main fast 800-meter race. We'll get a word from him before we get onto our women's race, where we will be looking to go sub 2 minutes.
So I think we have to talk about the facility records. And we broke the facility record in the 800 men because it was set in, let me see, 1991 by Bernhard Richter, and it was 1:47.88.
So we have a meeting, a facility record, a track record, but we will quickly head down to our winner of that race who achieved that record. So down to you, Robert.
Koitador Kadali, congratulations on that race today and that new personal record of yours. How was that race for you?
The race is very fine. I ran very good time, and I thank my coach and my manager. I thank all of you.
It was beautiful to see you were going off very, very courageous, and then you could see you just, fighting off that wave light, trying to stay on pace. How was the wind out there on the track? I want to ask you again. I asked the other guys earlier. Did you feel any wind?
Yeah, I feel very wind because the climate is very cold, so the wind is very high. Yeah. But I struggle myself to push.
To push hard. So you're happy with that? Do you think you can go faster than 1:45.23 now?
Yeah, I'm go to the faster. I must qualify to the World Championship in Budapest.
So where are you heading? Where are you heading from here? What's your next race?
My next race is nationals in Kenya. So it's my prayer to win.
Okay, so I wish you the best of luck for that. Okay. Congratulations on the race today. Thank you for being here. And
I thank you and thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we're getting ready now for the A race for the women's 800. And just as we're getting ready for that, the wind has picked up. We've got a little bit of a storm coming through here. There's slightly overcast, but I don't think there's no rain or nothing coming. The wind has definitely picked up, so it's going to make it extremely tough for these women. I have 9 ladies take to the start line. Clara Lieberman from France will be in lane 1. She'll share that with Christina Daniela Balin from Romania. The French athlete Julia Chariot will be in lane 2. Outside of her, lane 3 is Addy Townsend from Canada. Georgie Hartigan from Ireland, one of the on athletes. Tess Kirsopp-Cole from Australia. Her teammate in Jayla Hancock-Cameron will start with her together, sharing lane 5. Lane 6, Rani Balivia from Belgium, and our pacemaker is Petra Sova from the Czech Republic in the outside. So they head off now, and we say we're looking for a sub 2 minutes. So just at 1:59.8 is the pace that the wave light will be going at.
And I suppose all of these ladies out there, they definitely have it in their legs. Just that this season they didn't quite get there so far. So it would be a great achievement for each and every one of them. Really trying to ease in there. The only one who ran very fast was Georgie Hartigan just the other day, and she's also the lady that's trying to follow that pacemaker here, which is kind of like opening up quite a little gap there, which is unfortunate, especially with the windy conditions out on the track today. As they're heading with 500 meters to go, Georgie Hartigan still ahead of the wave light, the pace far off, I suppose, which is unfortunate. Going through 58, a little too
58 high,
courageous, but I want to correct myself. It's not Georgie Hartigan, it's Tess Kirsopp-Cole.
Whoa, there's a bit of a stumble there.
Yeah, there's huge stumble actually, and it's Tess Kirsopp-Cole from OSC Oceania who went out there the most courageous. Now with about 3-meter gap or so on towards the field, as they're starting to trail a bit off the wave light. Now you can definitely see it in the grass. Just about 3 meters or so, and she's hunted down by the athlete running for New Balance.
Got that 150 meters to go now. She's got to dig deep and really push home. She has a personal best of 2:01.40 and a season's best of 2:03.95. So
here comes Addy Townsend, as well as Christina Denia Balani. But it's going to be close now. Addy Townsend really pushing, and she's got it there, just a meter ahead of Tess Kirsopp-Cole. It's hard to see on the camera, isn't it?
2:02.39.
She's really happy with that one.
That's a season's best for Addy there.
She, you know, took the more cautious attempt towards this race, waiting for a long time, using the back straight to cover some ground on towards Kirsopp-Cole.
It was a good race from her. I mean, she's had a bit of a mixed season. In her 5 races so far this year, she's failed to finish in 2 of those races and has only run a 2:04 and twice 2:06. So to come down and run this 2:02 is a nice step down in times there. And it was
you could really see how she was happy with that one as well. And
we'll go for a interview now.
I'm going to try to go in towards the interview. And ladies and gentlemen, I just want to say that to you guys, you're not here. It is incredibly windy. I just want to say that, and which is kind of unfortunate, but it just, you know, also puts in perspective what these ladies are achieving out here in Vienna. And we're in the interview with Addy Townsend.
So, Addy, congratulations first off. That was a good run there. You've had a bit of a mixed season so far with 2 did not finishes and some 2:06 races.
For sure.
A 2:02 today. You happy with that?
You don't even know. I mean, it's been a really, really hard season. I know the training was there. I just needed to believe in myself. And today, I think I put the pressure off a specific time. I just said, you got to get back to racing and wanting to win. And I just said, I'm going to go with the pacer. If I get through and I die at 200, so what if I die? And I didn't, so I'm happy.
We've had some athletes say that also with this atmosphere being a bit more, you know, a carnival atmosphere almost.
Yeah.
It relaxes you a bit. The pressure's not on just to race. And did that seem to help you?
I think the environment's amazing. The home stretch, usually I feel terrible. I felt like that was a little boost of energy right when I needed it the most. And yeah, I'm definitely coming back to Vienna.
Well, congratulations once again. Hopefully this kickstarts your season. I'm sure you're aiming for that sub 2-minute race and get to that World Championship. So
for sure.
Once again, congratulations, and we hope to see you again next year.
Thanks so much.
So she's definitely very happy with what's coming, and we're gonna have to, you know, take that with us for a little break now happening in the stadium, for a little live act, music for the people watching. So I think if I got my timing right, it's about 30 minutes, 30-minute break. So now's the time to go and grab a coffee, or I'd rather say a beer, and settle back in on your sofa before the long nights of the 5,000 meters will start. And it's gonna be a great night of the 5,000 meters. But right now, as I said, is the moment to grab a beer, grab a soft drink, and we'll see each other again at 6:30 p.m. with beautiful track and field and fast running, which I'm highly excited about.
die Siegerinnenzeit wahrscheinlich so um die 16 Minuten und vielleicht schon hingehen. So we're going to see an extra track women's 5,000 meters with an expected maybe waiting time of around 16 minutes already. 12 and a half laps on track. So audience, we get back on track as well to fire up the ladies. Wir machen uns wieder bereit, die Damen hier voll anzufeuern am Weg zu den besten Leistungen, die sie uns heute bringen können. Denn viele haben sich natürlich auf dieses Rennen richtig gut vorbereitet. Also wir wünschen allen, die jetzt am Start sind, alle Damen, alles Gute.
In between, I hope you got yourself a beer or a soft drink, because from and now on, it's gonna be absolutely dramatic. We're looking at, David, how many races we're looking at?
We'll have another 2 5,000 meter races now. Then there's another short break where there will be some more performances, but we will cross down to Rose May again, who will walk around the infield a little bit and take us through what's going on, so it'll be interesting. Then we'll have another 2 5,000 meters, another little break. Then we walk. We'll probably be sprinting into the steeplechases because very exciting races. And we will have a special guest. Ben Buckingham from Australia was due to run tonight. He ran in Finland a couple of days ago and unfortunately injured himself.
Yes.
But he will come in prior to the steeplechase events and give us a preview.
Well, that sounds beautiful, doesn't it?
The race. And then, of course, after the steeplechases, we have the last 2 5,000 meter races for the A races for the men and the women.
And now you can see on the screen we have a little clock now running, which is beautiful for you guys back at home. You can also check the pace a little bit, so you have an overview where we at. We are.
This is the B race for the 5,000 meter women. They're looking to run around the 16:30 mark. That's the target that the wave light will be going at, and that's basically 20 seconds per 100 meters.
So it's about 80 laps, 80-second laps then, I suppose.
Yes,
I did the quick math here.
Yeah, that's true.
It's always easier for the 400-meter mark to calculate. So that would mean a 40-second 200-meter, which we were quite a little ahead of.
It's just that little bit under. The 120 laps gives us a 16:40 to after 16:30. So it's just so
we're looking
a
at
touch under that.
78, 79s.
Yeah, around that 79s.
And I think we are quite a little too fast, to be honest. At least from what I can tell, this was a 74. And you can see the pace kind of like, exploding the field a little bit.
I mean, the field's already split up a little bit at the moment. You've got 3 athletes there that are looking to go with the pacemaker. And then there's a little gap to 4 athletes, and then there's another gap to the rest of the field, where the rest of the field is actually sitting on the wave light pace.
Well, so it might also be, I guess, in these meetings sometimes the athletes go towards the pacemaker and ask for a little faster pace.
It could be two races in one here. We could have that. Because I do know the front of the main field, who have just gone through the finish line now, is another pacemaker. So we have a pacemaker running at the lights, and then we have another pacemaker that's out in front. So
when the lady right behind the pace, that's Karolina Sazionova from the Czech Republic, and she is right now trailing the pace, and she looks quite comfortable there, settling in there. The pack of 3 athletes, and she's just followed closely by Svenja Ojstersek, an athlete from Regensburg in Germany, and the third one, that's Ella Hagen. She comes from Austria, from Salzburg, all the way here to Vienna, and these are our leading pack as they inch towards the 1,000 meter mark, so it's going to be an interesting situation.
It's actually
for us.
Sandrine Eels is leading the race. He is an Austrian athlete, and I don't think she's a pacemaker, actually. I think she's just taking the race out harder than...
That would be interesting.
Yeah, I think she's just taking out more faster than the pace. She's obviously after a fast time.
It's a lot faster than it is, because this was a 3:10, 3:11, so that would be 15:50. That would go under 16 minutes if she can pull that off. So we're looking at a time around 15:50, 15:55, and she's just right now opening up just a little bit of daylight there between her and the three followers. Well,
16:32 is her best time. So at this tempo she's going at, she will absolutely smash her best time.
Well, Tom, you've ran a few 5,000 meter races. I guess there's never the right way to run it, but I suppose going off too hard is never a good idea over the 5,000 meter, is it?
I think, yeah, you have to. I think the barrier is at 3K. So you have to go hard, but not too hard, to 3K, and then there are just 2K left, and then you can push. And then I think you can win the race on the second half, and you can do a better, a faster second half, and go for, yeah, you can win a race on the last lap. So hopefully here in this race they can work together. Hopefully they can change maybe the pacing drop. And
so it's definitely going to be interesting if Sonja Insinger has it in her legs here, because she's really going off strong. And you could just see Svenja Ojstersek, who reacted there quite happily and just closed that gap quickly. The lady from St. Pölten just opened up a little gap, and the lady from Regensburg closed that one quickly to not follow behind and trail back, which is definitely in the conditions we have here today at the moment not a clever idea. I suppose it's ride or die. You got to hang on as long as you can, and they are going fast.
The main group are just behind the wave light technology, and so they need that pacemaker just to quickly pick up a little bit and not drop too far behind that, and keep on that 16:30 pace for those athletes.
As the leading pack of four is still led by Sonja Insinger. She's running for the Union St. Pölten, and she's a very young lady. She's Sandrina Illes. I'm sorry, I gotta excuse myself there. Sandrina Illes. I missed the line. I was just gonna say she's a very young lady, but that was Sonja Insinger. She's really pushing now.
They've gone through with 8 laps to go, and they're basically on a 16:15 tempo at the moment.
I was just going to say, as they come towards the 2,000 meter mark, you can definitely tell that the pace just, settled in there a little bit. It just eased off. That was a rather slow second K. We remember going through at 3:11. This one is looking to be a 3:15, 3:16, even slower. So now we are at a 3:15
come through
pace.
2 kilometers there. Yeah.
So 6:31, and now it's the Regensburg athlete Svenja Ojstersek who realized that second K was definitely too slow. So it seems to me as if Sandrina Illes did that one mistake I was expecting, going off too hard, or maybe she was trying to help some of her friends there. Maybe she was trying to help Svenja Ojstersek to get a good pace there.
So Ella Hagen, the fourth girl, is born in 2006, sorry, and I think she's aiming for the European qualification time for the Europeans in Jerusalem, and I think she wants to run under 17:10, so I think she's good under these time.
She's gonna have to, hold on there now and try to close those gaps and to not fall behind together with Sandrina Illes. So she's gonna have to try to, close that gap towards the runner from the Czech Republic, as Svenja Ojstersek is really trying to get back towards the old pace.
I mean, the four athletes are still inside the 16:30 tempo. The wave lights are still behind them. So I think now it's only these four that can run that time. The rest of the field have dropped well behind the
Well, you can see beautiful
16:30
sometimes in some of the camera angles. You can see beautiful as the wave light is hunting them, basically, like just like 30 meters behind them. Great picture now for us here, sitting comfortably in our booth.
I'll have a check as they come through with 6 laps to go. It's 8:30 there on the clock, so that gives a 16:20 there on now.
But you can definitely tell Svenja Ojstersek is there to try to push that second half now. She's trying to get back, working hard. And Ella Hagen, as I said, she just took over Sandrina Illes to close that gap towards Karolina Sazonova. And that was a very, very clever move for the young lady from Salzburg, because she will need to have contact to her components there.
And of course, this 16:30 tempo is there for the top athletes in this field. But there are other athletes that have their own personal bests that are well off that tempo of the fast runners, and they're still pushing and they're still going and they're out to achieve their own personal best. So we'll have to keep a bit of an eye on them later on when the times come through at the end of the race. That some of these athletes are still going for personal best, and it's not just about the ones up at the front. They're all getting amazing support for the whole lap around. There's spectators all in the infield, on the outside of the tunnels, in the tunnels. The light's starting to catch up to them now.
So it was a 9:49 on the 3,000 meter. That is still inside that 16:30 mark, but you can definitely tell the wave light now closing that gap, really covering ground on the runner from Regensburg. Ella Hagen now trying to push away from Karolina Sazonova. As we're looking at the athletes you were describing, obviously back there you can see the leading group.
Ronnie Ben Hamo there from Israel. She's an under 23 athlete, so she could also be going for a qualification for the under 23 championships.
And from what I can tell, it's Ella Hagen, and she's really running a very courageous run here. She saw the wave light coming as they were falling behind Karolina Sazonova, and she really took that opportunity to grab that light and go, and now just flying towards Svenja Ojstersek, really closing that gap quite swiftly. And she looks as if she's really feeling comfortable on that very crucial 4th kilometer in a 5K race.
You can see that the wave light has caught her now, so let's just see if she can respond and try to stick with this technology that we're using here for the first time in Austria, and she can continue on and push on and get this 16:30.
4 laps to go now for Svenja Ojstersek, and she will need to put her foot down now to do whatever it takes to stick to that light. I think all 4 of them really, maybe chewed off a bit more than they were supposed to there on the first few laps, trying to do something that wasn't there today. Now they all have to pay the price as the wave light slowly inches.
I mean, it's as you said though, each runner will have their own tactics, and a lot of people, as you get tired, you're naturally slowing down, and so to go out that little bit harder to compensate for that could be a tactic. But now some of these runners, they're so well trained. You see a lot of these distance races, they're negative splitting. They're doing the second half of the race faster than the first half. So these ones go out a bit slower and try to bring it hard. Some try to, they've got the technology there, sit right on the tempo and keep it lap after lap after lap, the same tempo. So interesting to see what goes on. And
as we're coming towards the first, overlapping going on the track now. And it's still gonna be a hard race, and it's Ella Hagen who's now really, I'd love to say that she kind of tasted blood there. She obviously sees Svenja Ojstersek just, easing behind her there 2 or 3 meters, and she will wait for her move as they come towards the
last kilometer.
Svenja's definitely slowing down because the wave light now is 20 meters in front of him. So that last lap.
And here she comes, Ella Hagen. You can tell she was waiting for that moment, and she really doesn't want to hesitate there. She's just going off straight ahead and trying to make this her race now.
Well, she was catching, as I said, she was catching every lap, getting closer and closer. So it makes no sense to then sit behind her because she obviously had the higher tempo. So just go straight past her, keep on your tempo.
So that was a 13:16, I suppose, at the 4K. As they come around now, it's 900 meters for Ella Hagen, and obviously this is the moment where the legs start to burn, and they burn pretty badly now, but there's enough people in the stadium already to carry her home. She was born in 2006. Imagine that, what a beautiful, beautiful story this would be. Just such a young athlete achieving greatness here in Vienna. 13:56 about.
Yeah, they're probably looking at about 16:40 if they can hold on these last two laps. The under 20 qualifying was 17:10, you said? 17:10.
Yeah.
So she could have half a minute up her sleeves. This is a very, very good run here from Ella Hagen.
But I suppose she realized that there's no one else in this race who can now pull her back there, and she just took it, took the lead and makes it her own race now. And she does a great job. You can really tell. Beautiful running by Ella Hagen. Under 20 athlete, but now it's Svenja Ojstersek, who kind of, just settled in there now. She realized that was her opportunity to follow along, and it's gonna be an interesting race now with 500 meters to go. It's gonna be a hard race towards the finish line. Is it gonna be Austria? Is it gonna be Germany? That's the question in suspect, as back there you can see how Sandra Illes really fought a great race after going off hard. 15:17 now, that lap. And Sandra Illes with a very courageous run up ahead in the first few laps, and she's still going hard there on position 3, as the athlete from Czech Republic really fell behind.
Actually looked up some of the results from her and couldn't find much on the Austrian homepage because it looks like she's been over in America doing college athletics there. So obviously come back to Austria now, the end of the collegiate year, and bringing some of that form with her. 200 meters to go, just clocked over the 16 minutes.
And it's gonna be around 16:40 plus or minus, and she does a great job here, really pushing out hard these last meters. And it might be Svenja Ojstersek to start another attack, and yes, you can see it here now. 100 meters to go, she swings wide, and now they're kicking it home here in Vienna. Every meter counts. 50 meter, and it's the lady from Regensburg who's fighting.
Sprint now.
But Ella Hagen, she's working hard, but she can't take it. Svenja Ojstersek with the win in 16:36, but it was a beautiful run by the athlete from the LAC Salzburg, Ella Hagen. I really want to say that. Courageous running from such a young athlete.
So we are going, hopefully we will get a result or a talk from the first two girls.
As they all slowly, just dribble in here towards the finish line. Everybody's sprinting it home, as David said. And it's good to see that the crowd, they're utterly informed by what's happening here. And they're really cheering on every single athlete. There's still one lady out there on the oval, and she will get her applause as well now. Coming towards the last 100 meters. You can see all the way back there as she's running through the tunnel. And you can hear it in the background a little bit, the crowd doing their best to carry them all home.
She closed in 18 minutes flat.
And those are great performances themselves for each and every one of them. Wearing glitter on their faces in honor of pride, I think. I suppose. I don't want to maybe, I'll say do it every day, but just an opportunity for me to remind you guys that we are having Pride Week here in Vienna, and today is the big day of the Pride Parade, celebrating love in all shapes and forms and sizes. And we're celebrating it here on this track tonight as well, as the men's lineup on the back straight. It's very interesting, Tom, isn't it? This whole new setup, this whole new event style of track and field. You can rarely see the other side of the stadium. You can always see it through a few gaps, and you can see the people running and you can see the people cheering. It's an event venue rather than a stadium.
Yeah, it is. So, but now we have to go to the interview, and we are going for the first two girls, and yeah, let's hear what they want to say.
Congratulations, Svenja, on your run there. Good win. A tough race. You went out very hard at the start. I think after 2 kilometers, you're on about 16:20 pace.
Yeah. Yeah, the goal was pretty much going out for 16:30, so I obviously missed that, but yeah, still happy. Just, sorry, I need to say that this atmosphere is just crazy.
That was going to be my next question. How do you find the atmosphere and this basically the on-track nights, the not just the atmosphere, but bringing shows into athletics, bringing a bit of everything, the socializing athletics as well.
100% of love with all these track nights, and this is just another level, to be honest. Like, very much fun, yeah.
All right. As you said, it went out hard at the start. The pace then dropped off. You finished off in 16:36, I think, just over the 16:30.
Yeah, something about that.
You had to push hard at the end. So did the crowd help you there?
Oh yeah, of course. Because I'm not good at kicking in the end, so sometimes I can. So I'm pretty happy with that, yeah.
Well, once again, congratulations on the win. And if we can, I'd like to bring in Ala.
Oh yeah, thank you for making the pace like in the middle.
Yeah. Ala Hagen here was second in the race. Congratulations, Ala. Ala is an under-20 athlete. I guess you were trying to run under the 17:10. This is the limit for the championships for the 5,000 meters. You broke 16:40, so congratulations on that.
Thank you. Yeah, it's very exciting, and it is one of the best places to run it, so I'm happy about that. I honestly didn't really have a time goal coming in, just wanted to enjoy it and see what I could do. But yeah, I'm very happy.
Your body's been over in America now at college, and
I'm going to only be a junior this year, so I still have 2 more years of school. But yeah, I will be hopefully eventually continuing running and through school and beyond.
So you've obviously come back from America now and race here. Did you know that there were the qualifying times or the limits for the championships, for the under 20 championships?
I guess I kind of, in the back of my mind, I knew what they were, or that I might be able with the situation here to get close to them. So yeah, kind of. But
so what will be now the target, or what is your next races coming up?
Next race, I'm going back to America pretty soon for the rest of for the new school race season. So I'll have cross country in the fall coming up, and I'll just be racing there. So yeah.
So once again, congratulations on your run.
Thank you.
Just missed out in the win, but
it's okay.
Under 20 athlete.
Yeah.
Well done.
Thank you. Thank you. Danke.
Well, that was the young Ella Hagen and our winner Svenja Ojstersek, as we are looking towards the starting line of this 5,000 meter men D race. So 1, 2, A, B, C, D, yeah, you got it. after this one. Still 3 coming up. I'm sorry for that. Never been a very literal guy. Our pace here is set to be at 15:45, just to put it in perspective there for everybody out there. It's around 75, 76 a lap. That's the plan. We're looking at 3:09 the kilometer. So with a 75.5 you would run 3:09, and that would make you a 15:45 finisher, as we are looking at an Austrian athlete doing the pace, Stefan Schmidt. He used to be a great talent over the steeples, now working with the Austrian Federation. But right now he's on pacing duties, and he's trying to do that as good as possible.
Actually just spoke with Stefan before, and he told me that he was doing the pacemaking. He's also a coach here just outside of Vienna, and has a very good group of young athletes that he is coaching now. So good to see Stefan back on the track.
And it's Jordan Donnelly, the athlete in the on-dress here at the on-track night, who's following right in his footsteps. A guy with a supposedly 15:25 PB, but I don't think that's an official time, to be honest, as they went through it just around 70, which is quite a lot faster than what we were expecting. So here as well, maybe some pre-race instructions towards the pace to go off a little harder than what was planned. But there was also a little position switch, as Jordan Donnelly just, you know, trails back already. It's the 2:09.
Jordan is a 8:31 3-kilometer PB. He ran 5K just under the 14:55 on the road, but don't have an actual time for his track 5K.
Now following the pace, that's 2:69. That's Siebe de Winter, a Belgian athlete. Now swings wide to have a good view on what's happening, and we're looking at the clock at 2:23. So still quite fast, so around 3-minute pace. 72 laps, that's 3-minute pace, would be a 15 flat. So quite a lot faster than what we were expecting. And the third, that's Martin Ruzina, a Slovakian athlete. And these two are now right on the tail of the pace, then just a slight gap, and then it's Jordan Donnelly following behind as we look at the first kilometer. And the clock's at a 2:58, so that's fast. It's a lot faster than what was anticipated, what we had in prospect here. But the guys look comfortable, and they are easing in there. Let's see if it's going to be a race just what we saw earlier with the women's, where they, you know, just crumble and fall behind later in the race, or do these guys really have it in their legs?
The first 8 athletes are in front of the pacing lights. So we have 8 people on target for sub 15:45. But as you said, the women were doing exactly the same thing, and they slowed down quite a bit in the last 1 or 2 kilometers. So
we're slowing down here as well. That was a 3:37. So just that last lap was a 74. We're just settling in at around 74 now. So
I mean, if they can keep this rhythm now for the next couple of kilometers, and then see what they've got left in their legs for that last 1.5 K.
It's a difficult position now for Jordan Donnelly as well, because he definitely, obviously, he wanted to go off strong. Now he's kind of like, you know, trailing behind there just about 4 or 5 meters, and it's not easy to you know, follow along from here. But that was again a 75 lap, so we're really slowing down now. Quite.
So I know Jordan very good because he's working for On, and yeah, he's the guy who's traveling all over the world for the On professional athletes, for the OAC athletes, to bring them the shoes or to to support them with everything. And I think running is just a part-time now for him. And so you can see the PB is out of the range now, but he's still racing. It's quite good.
You never lose that racing competitiveness.
Not when you are working for a track and field or running brand.
Company, yeah, you can't get out of it. It's like a virus, isn't it?
Yes, yes.
But looking at the race, the pace exits now. Stefan Schmidt has done his job, and it was a 73, so they definitely wanted to go faster. You could also tell that Siebe de Winter really was, trying to put a little bit of pressure on to Stefan Schmidt there to go a little faster. He wants to go fast, and he's really trying his best. And it looks very smooth up until this point. He's still got a long, long way to go. We're just coming up towards the 2,000 meter mark, and that makes it an incredible long run home. I mean, Tom, you run the marathon. This is peanuts for you, I guess, but 3.5 laps all alone out there on track, you're trying to stay on pace. It does something to your mind. It's not easy, isn't it, to just find that groove and continue on along if you don't have a partner or a pace that's helping you.
It's completely different because you are in this lactate area, and you have to push all these just seconds and minutes, but it's completely rough for the body and the mind as well.
I suppose. And they were going fast, so it was about 6:05, I think, 6:07. So that was another 3:03. They could even finish just around 15:15, I suppose. That was 6:40 now, so about 5 seconds off of that 15-minute mark at the moment. And it looks like they're putting their foot down right now. It's just hard to tell with that camera perspective, even though it's a beautiful perspective.
If they've gone through there with 7 laps to go and around that 6:40, that gives them a 15:10 tempo is what they're running at the moment. So we'll keep an eye on that. 73-second laps they'll be looking at. If they can stick on that, they'll run 15:10.
That was a quite faster lap now, so going through it. 7:18 was a 72 again, so we're back at 3-minute pace. And it's still the athlete from Belgium just ahead of Martin Ruzma. Is that correct? I'm sorry, it's just a little down. Ruzina, Martin Ruzina, the Slovakian. And it's now 2,400 meters left on the clock. That makes it 6 laps here in Vienna. And David, you were saying the wind was going to cool off, and it is completely wind still at the moment, at least from what I can tell. So perfect evening conditions now here in Vienna, isn't it?
Lovely, lovely conditions to run. I mean, the athletes don't like it too hot in the long distance running, and it's more about the elements and the wind. So if we can cut that wind out, there's really no excuses not to run fast times.
That's true.
They're just trailing behind just a little bit, as you said, 15:10 pace now. I think they were gonna try to run towards 15 flat. At least it looked like it in the beginning. But so, from my assumption, they're trailing behind their suspected pace. But it's still 2,000 meters to go when they hit the clock here again, and there's still a lot to do, and you can definitely develop from here if you still have enough energy in your legs.
They're down to a 15:20 pace now, so that last kilometer dropped dramatically, but it's still well ahead of that 15:45, which was the target for this race. We still got the 2 leaders and the next 2 little chasing group, or the 2 in that group, and the athlete in 5th is still on the wave light there. So 5 athletes still with a good chance of running inside that 15:45. But just as in the women's race, I think the wave light is getting a bit competitive and is now chasing after the leaders.
That's true. It was a 74 lap now again, so they really have lost the 3-minute lap pace, the 3-minute kilometer pace. But it looks to me as if Siebe de Winter still has quite some energy in his legs. He looks really cool and comforting and has a nice, easy flow there. Beautiful stride by the Belgian. Trying to... That wasn't fast at all now. Really, the pace is crumbling at the moment. And Jordan Donnelly is still doing his best there on position 3. Running his own pace. Working hard. Gets no help at all. And it's the same here. I think for Siebe de Winter, it's not easy because I have the feeling Martin Rosina is really kind of using him here at the moment. You know, just following behind, trying to stay as comfortable as possible, maybe waiting for his move towards the last kilometer.
I just quickly ducked out of our commentary position there because the early pacemaker, Stefan Schmidt, was just down in front of us. And I had a quick talk to him. At the start of the race, the 3:09 per kilometre was the plan. When they got to the start line, the athletes asked him to go 3:05. And then during the race, they were pushing him on and wanted quicker paces. And he didn't want to be sitting in 3rd or 4th position with his pace bib on. So he pushed the pace just as I was wanting it. And so those early laps or the early kilometres in around the 3 minutes or just over was actually asked by these two athletes. So it was unplanned, but these things happen in the race. You know, they start off, they're feeling good. Let's push the pace on.
And here comes Martin Rosina, the Slovakian, and he's running far, far faster than what his personal best is. His personal record currently at 16:13:31. But he's not quite sure if he should pass Siebe de Winter, and he as well running definitely on personal best pace. So now going through with 1 kilometer to go at about 12:19, 12:20, if I saw that correctly. 1,000 meters left to go for these two, and they're doing a good job. At least Siebe de Winter is doing a great job to try and hold that pace fast, as Martin Rosina, I promise I'm gonna remember the name at some point during this race, Martin Rosina is still waiting for his big move. Maybe he's just, he needs to find his courage now. It's 2 laps to go for him, but Siebe de Winter really, collecting his energy now and pushing on.
2 laps ago, I think realistic now we're looking at 15:30. If they can push it home, they're just under that tempo. So they really need to be running some 75-second laps for the last 2 laps and be around this 15:30. That's a nice barrier to break. Nice round figure.
It was interesting to see on that, at around 2.5 kilometers to go, how they really just dropped off the pace and fell behind. But now with 600 meters to go, and you could taste that finish line. You can barely see it now from here. And maybe that gives you just that little bit of energy to push it below that 15:30 mark now.
This is where the crowd also gets involved. They're cheering, they're trying to get them running fast time. And of course, as an athlete, you don't want to be looking bad in front of all these people, so you're pushing harder.
Yeah, and it's Siebe de Winter, and he did a very, very good job here. It was him all the way from the beginning, and now almost 3,500 meters at the front all alone, and he's still going strong, and I don't think he wants to lose this race anymore. But now Martin Rosina is trying to collect his energy for his big move towards 300 meters to go. Can he do something about his situation on position 2 right now?
You see some of the athletes in front of them towards the end of the field, but that shouldn't cause a problem for these two. They're not going to quite catch them. So as they come around that home bend there, just in front of the steeplechase area, they're going to have 150 metres to go. And it's still in that same order, but will it change with the sprint to the finish line, and can they go under that 15:30?
Yeah, I think definitely they were going very hard now on that last lap. It's going to be close towards 15:20, I think. 15:25 even, and now look at them go. It's still Siebe Winter, and he will take the win here in Vienna in that D race in a strong time.
Be around the 15:22, so that was a very good last lap.
Yeah, it was a beautiful
very
lap,
good
marvelous.
last lap.
So he definitely had some energy left, and they're both running huge personal records here.
See there, Martin Rosina. He's finished second in the race, but congratulate the winner. Big smile on his face. I think he can't even believe how fast he's ran.
Great run by these two.
Still coming through in under the 16-minute mark, these athletes. So great running. So we'll try and grab the winner of that race as well and get his thoughts on how that race ran, and if it was really intentional to go out so hard, and see if the conditions are changing at all from the earlier races where it was a bit more windier. Let's have the final athletes coming across the line now live.
So Siebe de Winter is laying on the floor, I think.
I think it's a bit of an athlete's nightmare. You finish your race, you're in a big PB, you've collapsed on the ground, and someone comes up to you and says, can you come over and do an interview?
Yeah, for sure, for sure. So the lactate is kicking in, and I think it's not, there's no water in your mouth, and I think you need some seconds to recover.
I mean, as a viewer, it always seems bad, and why don't you let them catch their breath? And I mean, the thing is, they catch their breath and they go off running for their warm down, and they have other things to do, and you lose them. They're off doing other stuff. We've got other races coming up, so it's a little bit unfair on the athlete. I know that, but it's the time to get them, and it's sort of a now or never. But we've got him. He's moved over to our interview area. He's standing. He's breathing. Hopefully, he's talking as well. So, just a few moments and we'll cross down there where Robert will have a talk to Siebe de Winter. So we'll go down to you now, Robert.
Siebe, congratulations on that beautiful run. New personal record for you here today. Very courageous run. How did that feel? You were almost 4K up ahead, trying to do your thing. Were you worried you're going to lose it on that last lap, or did you know, oh, I got something in my tank still, boy?
No, I was smashed after the pace guy took away. I hoped we could run a bit together, but I felt him a little bit further off, then back again at my feet. So I didn't know what was left in his tank, but in the last meters I felt him coming closer and closer, so I tried to give it all.
It's a very beautiful crowd, isn't it? They were cheering you on, they were carrying you home. How does that feel, the atmosphere here in that stadium? Did that do anything to you?
Yeah, definitely. Coming from triathlon, you do also laps, not 12 and a half, but you run so many minutes alone on the course with no one near you. And running here on the track with On was amazing atmosphere. Every time going through the tunnel, the noise going up, it was amazing.
Very courageous, as I said. So now 15, help me out, 15:22, 15:22 high, something like that.
Yeah,
are you looking to find another race, a little faster race? Do you think you can run towards the 15-minute mark? What do you say?
I really hope so. Maybe with a lot of cooler conditions, which suit me more, and with a tough group around me, I hope it's still in me.
I bet. Congratulations again, and we wish you all the best for what's to come. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
It was really good.
So coming up now, we have another short break in the on-track program, but we could be crossing down to May Alaba shortly. We'll just have to see if we can find her. She's in the middle of the crowd somewhere. Walk around at the VIP tents, the coffee vans, the food vans, maybe having a jump on the jumping castle.
Actually, she's just right in front of us.
Okay, so that's why I'm looking in the wrong direction.
But she might take you guys there, I suppose. But she's definitely going to start right in front of us.
I see there she's down there with Gabrielle Ribner, actually. He's one of the performers here. He's a downhill mountain bike racer and also a street trial biker. So he does tricks, he jumps over things, but he races professionally at downhill mountain biking.
And that's a cool bike, isn't it?
May is down with him. It's probably going to make a bit of an introduction. So we'll cross down field to Rose May and see what she's got coming up for us while we have a little break on the track.
What's up, you guys? It's your girl, May Alaba, back again. And we've had some fantastic races so far, huh? We've enjoyed performances by myself and Eli, but the fun is just getting started. I got two talented young men with me right now, Stefan and Gabrielle. How you guys doing?
Yeah, we're really fine. Really good to be out here in Vienna at the on-track nights, and I really enjoyed the time here, yeah.
Yeah, me too. Insanely stoked to be here. It's such a sick vibe, so hopefully we can get the good show here. Yeah.
Exactly. Show. Apropos show. You are going to perform an amazing show for us, so what can we expect?
It's going to be definitely unique. It's going to be, I would say, a one-hit wonder. I think it's going to be really interesting and definitely something new. At least for my part, you are more or less not taking part, but still here.
Yeah.
Tell me more about this.
Yeah, we had a little injury 1 week ago, so I won't be part from the show, but still, it's gonna be amazing. Like parkour combined with biking is really sick. I personally never have seen it before.
Cool.
So I'm also excited to be here and commentating everything. So and to watch also my guys out here who are supporting me. And yeah, I'm excited.
Okay, guys, so let's get it started and stay with us at the On Track Night Vienna event.
Let's go.
Awesome.
Yeah, so that was interesting. I can't really imagine what they're doing later, but I suppose we might see it. At least I will. You probably won't. I don't know. It depends if we have a camera set on the action as we see the results of that last 5,000 meter race on the screen right now. So huge amount of personal bests there in this field. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You probably fast and count. I count 8 personal records on this track here alone in that race, in that 5,000 meter D race. I'm just gonna check up if we have an opportunity to send you guys out there inside the infield to show you a little bit around of that venue. It's definitely something I would be excited about to see. So whenever on track nights, whenever the series might be around your area, it's maybe an opportunity to stop by. I guess we are in all big cities in Europe. Paris, London, here in Vienna. loads of events. But now I think the show is starting already. I wish we could see it. It's starting right now. Yeah, you can see the bike now running. You don't get that many opportunities to comment on BMX biking or whatever you call it. But I'm excited to do it right now.
It's street trail biking.
Street trail. He just did a beautiful stop in a 180 turn. Look at that 180 front tire switch.
It's probably actually a technical name for that.
Yeah, so. David. I know them all.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I got him in my head. We're just gonna invent our own names. That's the thing about these sports. You can just gotta keep it gnarly out there. That's what we're gonna do.
So you've got the crowd there all getting revved up. Oh, we've got some parkour people now.
They came out of nowhere somehow. They came absolutely.
As Rosemary mentioned, Stefan Dollinger is injured at the moment and can't put on a shirt for us. But he's brought his team along.
Okay.
And they're going to do a few stunts and tricks along with Gabrielle.
Sweet 360, 180 front touch. Okay, a little back riding. We got it. Okay, now what's happening? So he did it on the bike. Now we got the second guy doing it on foot.
Flip after flip.
Okay. Wow. Away. Beautiful.
Both of these guys, Gabrielle Wibmer and Stefan Dollinger, are very big on Instagram and YouTube. Got a few of their own YouTube videos that they have produced, and a lot of big stunts. And
he really got that bike under control, doesn't he? Oh yeah.
Why need two wheels? We can do everything on one.
Yeah, he's
front wheel, back wheel, doesn't matter.
Okay. Now a double backflip or something like. Oh, spiral. Yeah. Did you see what that was? I think it was a front flip with a 360 spiral or something like that.
So there's bonus points for degree of difficulty.
Now he's gonna jump over the bike. No. That didn't work out. But he definitely tried it.
I think that's a bit of a warm-up. He's saying what he's going to do.
It was a one-hit wonder, wasn't it? But that was beautiful. Interesting how he always runs around with that Red Bull can, isn't it? I don't think it's product placement. He just likes it.
He is a Red Bull sponsored athlete, though, so.
I know, David. I was trying to be sarcastic out here. Some sarcasm must be allowed. It's press free speech.
It is on the track nights. We are breaking the boundaries of athletics as we know it.
Exactly. Oh, there's a youngster now. Unfortunately, we can't hear what they're saying. I think it'd be interesting to hear them say something. Maybe we have a little timer. When does the next race start for those who...
In about 7 minutes, 7.5 minutes, we'll be looking at our C race of the men for 5,000 meters.
For those who need a drink, who need another drink, now's the time.
Quick toilet stop. You've got 7 minutes to get there and back before our next race starts.
If obviously you could also wait, because this is you're gonna hear some great... Oh, now it's something happening. Down, what was the name of it?
Here we go.
Master down, whatever.
No, he's a downhill. He professionally races downhill mountain bikes, but he does street trial biking. This is a trial bike. You see these special bikes where they jump over things, go up and down.
He's going to jump over his buddy now. Oh, he's going to easily do that.
Whoa, with the turn.
180.
Ja.
Okay, now just gonna easily. Aua. Okay.
See what happens here.
Oh. He did a little switch there, right?
Yeah.
It seems like the left-hand side is easier for him than the right hand, isn't it?
It was a chance to break his other leg there.
Yeah. He had an injury anyway, so it's like...
That's right.
Might as well break it all.
We're breaking limits, breaking boundaries, breaking bones. We're breaking everything here tonight. It's 7th edition of the Track Night Vienna.
That was beautiful. He was standing upright, wasn't he?
Yes. So he actually jumped higher over him than the guy on the bike.
Yeah. That's the thing, you know, the people out here on the track, they're running faster than people on bikes. Now he's jumping higher
than people on bikes.
You can just leave the bike at home. Might as well run. It's the pure essence. It's just such a mystique about running. You can do everything with running. It's just beautiful. That's what you experience here, but now I'm getting a little nostalgic.
It's the basics of everything, isn't it? Just running.
Okay, now we have 1, 2, 3, 4. I wonder if he's going to put himself out there as well.
These are some of our helpers, many helpers here to make this event possible. So they've actually got a little bit extra than they bargained for. Let's see what's going on here.
Okay.
Here we go.
At least our Red Bull guy is standing there as well. He's
moved away. I see live.
Yeah, I know these tricks.
He's got out of the road, yeah. So we've got 4 people here, is it?
Is he going to do a flip over it or just jump over it? I hope he does a flip. Come on, do a flip. Oh, yep.
Yes.
Easy. He should try a long
but we have
jump.
another one.
That's the youngster.
Oh, that was easy. That was easy.
He was building a house over that one. Huge airtime in that jump. And now the bike. He's just going to ride over them.
He's going to ride. He's going to bounce over them one at a time.
Breaking backs now.
Yes.
I'd be terrified if I was standing there. Okay, now the dads can come too.
So we're going to 6.
6, yeah. That's a lot longer. It's interesting
6
because
people.
they were positioning themselves in front, not behind.
I want to be the one in the front. I don't want to be the last guy.
Oh boy. Don't mess this up now. Easy.
Oh. I think he's done this before.
Yeah, definitely. I think he can do 8 as well.
Here we go. See the replay.
Very straight line too as well.
Yes.
He's taking off and he's landing on the line. Oh, that was the second one. He was doing 2. Ah, there was another one. So 7. He did 7.
His performance just a part of this on-track night series. You see, not only do we have the athletics, we've had some concerts, we have more concerts coming up. We've got performances from these elite extreme athletes. A little bit of everything, something for everyone.
What is he doing now? Okay. Oh! That is insane. And he's gonna land on the pedals and just ride off.
It rides off
like
into the sunset.
Yeah, like nothing happened.
Yeah.
Imagine you were like you're on a stoplight and the officer pulls you over and you were just what was I doing wrong, Mr. Officer? And he's like, I was just you were standing on your steering wheel, man. And he's like, I didn't.
That's how I ride my bike. It's normal. There's nothing special. Here we have a double thing. What's going on here?
Wow.
Whoa!
Well, that can go wrong quite badly.
We've introduced some moving aspect into these jumps now.
Wow, that was close too, wasn't it? That was it. No, he's gonna... Is he gonna set up a ramp?
Now we have a mat put down.
He's setting up a ramp.
Guy's doing a few flips. And he's got his ramp. Yes, definitely. We've got a ramp coming out.
It's a long show. And
might have a slight little delay before our next
he's going.
race.
Oh, yeah, he was really
getting close to the barriers there.
30 seconds towards the next race,
Yeah,
but he's just setting up the ramp.
We might have a slight delay. So for anyone that rushed really quickly off to the toilet to make it back in time, I apologize. We might be a minute or two later than expected because we still have our elite extreme athletes putting on a great show here.
And they're taking all the time they need. But I think with a ramp, he can definitely do something crazy. Now it's sliding. You can't use it.
Here we just get the guys to lay behind it again. Hold it.
Yeah.
What do you think?
All right.
Backflip?
Definitely a backflip. Maybe double.
I don't know if the ramp's big enough for a backflip though. That's my only concern.
If you gotta be really tight, you just wrap yourself around. I think you can.
Maybe needs a speed. Maybe we need to get the wave lights going alongside him too.
So he knows exactly what pace he's got to go.
Yeah. It's no backflip.
Who knows?
Here, no way.
He's gonna do a backflip.
It's just checking.
He's
the
just
ramp.
testing it.
Just testing the ramp.
Yeah, it works. Do it now. I want to see a backflip. Okay, well, that was random.
Okay.
Okay. It's
a live backflip.
Incredible how he can control that bike. But David, remember the slight delay. You can't start yelling.
No.
We're gonna stick with you.
Live. No, I won't say a thing.
I'm gonna stick with you guys. I'm gonna stick with what we see. About 5 seconds later, or 3. I think it's just 3. Okay. Do it, man. Nice and easy. Okay. Please don't hurt yourself. Yep. I told you. And beautiful as well.
No mats to land on, no nothing. That was a very nice.
He could easily do a double one. I think he had the time. He had the air time. I'm thinking about telling him.
Rush down there. Maybe if we hold the ramp that's a little bit higher. We see the replay. Look at that.
Hey, you want to do a double? Do a double. I want to yell.
Nicely landed.
Yeah, I was happy about that one too. Riding culture. Look, he had the time. If he would, just need 3 kilometers an hour more.
I think we leave this extreme technical stuff to the professionals and
head back to running.
We'll stick to the running currently because I'm pretty sure there was no double there.
Yeah, and there we are. That's how we like it. That's something I know something about. And that's something I can commentate about and commentate on. 5,000 meter, the C race, the 3rd fastest, and we're looking at the pace around 14:30.
14:30. So while we were watching that, Tom was very hard studying and looking up stuff. What can you tell us, Tom? What else can we expect from this race?
So maybe we can focus on the younger athletes. So they are aiming for the standard for the European Under-20 Championships. For Germany, I found that is it 14:27:50, and for the Austrian athletes it is 14:35. So it is round about our finish line pace. So
this 14:30 tempo is pace that these younger athletes should be running.
14:27:50. That was it.
14:30. Yep.
For Germany.
So
yeah,
Germany's just under and Austria is just
over. Yeah, that's it. And
how many athletes we got in that race?
That's a lot.
We've got some very big fields coming up. Actually, it's 29 athletes listed on the start list.
So under 20 is everything from 2:05, right? Is that correct?
Yeah.
No, 2:04 as well, isn't it? 2:04,
2:05.
Yeah,
2:05.
Oh, it's a lot of 2:04, 2:05 athletes in that field as well. So hang on with us as we will hopefully witness.
I mean, with so many athletes in the field, we'll go through them all shortly, but we'll focus mainly on the lead runners, but we'll keep our eye on some of these younger athletes.
We're going to have to watch the backfield as close as possible here. We're going to do our best.
But Robert, if you want to run us through the start field while they sort themselves out. And
well, David, it's a lot. It's 29, isn't it?
Yeah, that's...
But
just while they get themselves settled into the first few laps.
Everybody should be heard once. We got in this field Jan Halberstadt, Sebastian Waldschütz, Dominic Jandl, Niklas Shaw, Stefan Listerbart within this mix, Damian Error, Dennis Kronsteiner, Noah Löser, Konrad Lind, Wojtek Nowak, Tobias Rieker, Amit Cohen, Jiri Brochatska, Lars Demuth, Aki Numella. A lot of athletes. We're at 15 right now, so 9 to go. Markus Reiselhuber, Dalibor Jakal, Roman Patstera, Marek Lenzes, Raphael Siebenhofer, Detlef Knall, Wilhelm Horak, Jan Malek, Jonas Weschle, Francesco Mazza, Josef Nowak again, und Vaclav van der Rohebeck, Dillon Sasa, and last but not least, Simon Kobliecek. And that's the 29. Whew. Okay.
We made it.
At least three were terribly wrong, I suppose, but I'm sorry for that.
So I think Liesbart is the pacing. Stefan Liesbart from Vienna is a pacer.
And it's the number 18 who's running right behind the pace, and that's Marek Lenzes, a Slovakian athlete, and he is trailed by the 286. Let's see, 286, huge field. Okay, go up. 286, Dominic Jandl.
Another Austrian athlete.
So the guy in orange, that's the number 18. That is Marek Lenzes, and he's now up in front, trying to close that small gap towards the pace. And you can see they're perfectly on the wave light, so they're perfectly on pace towards 14:30. We had a little position change. It's the 47 that's in that pack as well, and the 286. So Dominic Jandl now, the leader behind the pace, and Francesco Mazza, the Italian, who is with the on-dress there on the inside. You can see him cramped in on the inside. It was a fast first K. We were still right on time.
So Francesca Mazza is born in 2005, and he has a PB of 14:52. So he's maybe going for the qualification time for the under-20 Europeans.
Now we have the German and the Austrian, but we don't have the Italian, unfortunately. But it's going to be somewhere around 14:30 as well. I'm sure about that. So on fourth position there in the black dress, in the black Nike dress, that is Josef Novak from the Czech Republic. He's just running on the outside of Francesco Massa. But it's still Dominic Jandl right behind the pace, and they're just, you know, an inch in front of that wave light as we are getting close to that 2,000 meter mark. 14:30. You'd probably want to run around, like, you know, 70 laps, 69, 70 laps, and then see that you have enough in the tank for a quick, fast last kilometer. So we're looking at 2:54, 2:55, maybe 2:53, but me personally, I'd rather run 2:54 and feel good on that last kilometer. Now coming.
We still have 14 athletes in this lead group, so we still have quite a big field, or it's basically split in half with this 14 up front that are on the pace that the wave light and the pacemaker is setting. So,
and that was a 5:47, so we were definitely perfectly on pace. Running currently at 2:53 a kilometer at the pace. And the pace is still going hard. So at the moment at 14:35 pace, but that is just how you want to, you know, inch yourself towards that 14:30. You're gonna have to push through that fourth and crucial kilometer.
We also have to remember that the pacing that we are saying and the wave lights going at is consistent lap after lap after lap. And we have seen in the other races that the athletes in the last lap, they have that final sprint, they have that little bit of burst of energy, so they can always make up a few seconds in that final lap. So as long as they can stay within touch of that the wave light going around, then they're always a good chance of running the time that they're after.
So it's still Jandl right behind the pace, followed closely by the Italian, the young Italian, I suppose I should say, Francesco Massa, and then Josef Novak from the Czech Republic. That is the current standing, and it really didn't evolve any different. Unchanged situation here as Jandl now is inching towards that outer shoulder of the pacemaker, maybe just trying to tell him get out the way or go faster. Now pushing through.
I mean, this is quite a high pace for this caliber of athlete, so to see them all strung out in one line is not surprising. You know, I think with all the races that we're going to see from now on in, the tempo is high, they've got the pace up high, so we're not going to see bunches of athletes running 2-3 wide. It's all going to be this one line, all running the shortest distance possible, keeping behind someone and just keeping that tempo high, keeping it up and waiting towards the end to see what you've got left. So the pacer goes out now with 2 kilometers remaining.
And that was 8:40 flat, and that is just on pace for 14:30. It's about 2:53 the kilometer at the 3K mark, and now is the time for a lot of courage in a 5,000 meter race. Now you have to go, and Dominic Jandl does that very, very beautifully. You can really tell he was really pushing into that 4th kilometer now, trying to put his foot down and put a surge on and trying to, you know, work towards that 14:30 mark. And in the backfield, quite a lot has changed as Francesco Massa had to drop off now. Another guy is, you know, basically hunting Dominic Jandl there.
Just trying to get 247. That's his bib number, 247. That's Raphael Siebenhofer, a young Austrian under 23 athlete, and he's now closing that gap towards Dominic Jandl. And if he wants to stay on pace, he might need to just fly by right away. Just 2 or 3 meters off the pace. And another guy in pursuit, that's Lars Demuth. He's currently on 3rd position. Followed closely by Roman Pazdera.
Just as you said, when they went through the 3 kilometer mark, and you mentioned it starts to get tough now, this is where you have to work. You can see the splits have started to evolve. You know, we've got these 2 leading athletes, and there's a little break, then there's a chaser, then there's another little break, and this group of 14 athletes we had before was down to 7, but all now with breaks in between. So it becomes a mental thing now, you know, who can hold on. Once the gap gets too wide, you know, then it's very hard to get back up to these athletes. So it's really a big mental thing now, as they'll be coming.
And Lars Demuth, he's really putting that mental effort in there right now. He's really.
If he can get on touch with these 2, it's a lot easier than.
And it's a whole different race from that moment. And he just, as we are speaking, is closing that gap completely. It seems to me as if Dominic Jandl is just, you know, slowing down a little bit. Lars Demuth took advantage of that. The question is if Raphael Siebenhofer has enough courage to, you know, pick up that pace now from here.
They're 3 or 4 seconds off the wave light now, so they're definitely slowed down in that 4th kilometer. But with 1K to go, there's still a group of 3. If they push each other, they can make up a few seconds, and then you never know what will happen in the last lap.
Yeah, that was a 2:56, 2:57 now, so a lot slower. Classical picture we see on a 5,000 meter race, that 4th kilometer being a little bit too slow, and then all of a sudden the whole race kind of, you know, imploded, and the suspected pace is gone for good. But now it's the 3 of them, and they're going to make a race out of it. They're definitely going to run this to the finish, and it's Raphael Siebenhofer who makes the first move now, really going through his gears, putting a surge on there with 800 meters to go. Can Dominic Jandl follow with that? He can. He's right on his shoulder.
They're 5 seconds off the tempo that they started at, so that can be picked up in the last 700 meters. They can't afford to lose any more at this lap.
And it's the 3 of them, and they can help each other now. Dominic Jandl back at the shoulder of Raphael Siebenhofer as they come around with 600 meters to go now. And now it's a real battle here in Vienna, as we like it. And one guy who's looking really fresh there is Lars Demuth. I think he's giving me the feeling as if he's still got something left, but he's just not quite yet prepared to show himself at the front.
He definitely made that distance up when the pace slowed at the front, but then stayed tucked behind them, and
he's looking at the inside line. Interesting move by Lars Demuth as he is moving to the front towards the bell. And as I said, he was waiting patiently, and now he's kicking hard, opening up straight away a gap of 3 or 4 meters. So Raphael Siebenhofer can't follow.
Let's see if he can now chase the wave light and make up a few seconds different and get back towards that target time which they started at, the 14:30. There's a personal best of 14:45, so that's looking like he could be beating that.
And he's really fighting now. You can see in his face 200 meters left to go as Dominic Jandl now back in front of Raphael Siebenhofer, but Lars Demuth up ahead now with a good 30-40 meters. And it's gonna be a race for the 14:30. It's gonna be a big fight. He's gonna have to put down a great last 100 meters. I suspect 14:35, 36 will be our time here. But it's faster, it's a lot faster. 33, 32, 33.
14, 32, 68.
Beautiful,
So
beautiful.
big personal best for him, which was from 2021. So.
And he really took advantage of that slower 4th K to close that gap and work hard.
So now we are going for an interview to talk to
I'm on my way, Tom, sorry.
Come follow that wave light. Go, go, go.
Yeah, Lars Demuth is the winner with the personal best today. here in Vienna.
14:32 and a bit.
So he raced quite smart. So when you can look at these slow-mos, you couldn't find Lars at the first laps. And yeah, but the finish line, he was the first.
Yes, he had his race plan. He had the tempo that he felt comfortable with. So that's what he sat with. So we'll go down now and get his views on the race.
Lars Demuth, congratulations on the win today and a new personal record. Brilliant run for you. Tell me, you took a little advantage of that little slower 4th kilometer. You closed that gap. Did you know in that moment, I'm gonna win this race here tonight?
Thanks a lot at all. Yeah, it was a quite tough race, but in the beginning it was quite controlled by the pacemaker. But the 4th kilometer was a little bit slower, so I took the advantage and pushed a little bit. And finally I won the race. It's really nice here.
In between you had quite a big gap, didn't you? And then you closed that. Were you in the middle of the race? Were you thinking, you know, I'm losing this race right now. I'm kind of losing the pace. I'm trailing off, or were you rather controlled and you knew I'm gonna close this? They're gonna come back to me towards the end. Where was your head at?
No, altogether I knew what I was capable of running. So I knew, okay, if the guys are going to run faster than the pace I would like to go, I need to let a little bit of gap. And finally I was able to close the gap and run a good 400 meter.
Now, my father would always say you always have to be happy with a new personal record. Obviously 14:32, it's a little sad, isn't it? You know, 2 seconds off that 14:30 mark, you're definitely going to have another chance. Yeah. Do you have any race in mind where you're racing next, or was that the highlight of your season?
Not the highlight, but all in all, in the next 3 weeks I'm going to altitude to St. Moritz or Livigno, I don't know. And maybe preparing for a half marathon in Copenhagen. So let's see what the season will bring. And my main reason for the race is, in the beginning it's for everything, and at the end, like the Godfather helps.
Yeah. So tell me just one last sentence. How was the atmosphere out there tonight? How was the on-track night here in Vienna for you?
Yeah, it was amazing. Like, congrats to Christoph Sander. The atmosphere here is fantastic. Also the parts, like the show parts, are amazing. So I will be coming for sure next year.
We're excited for that. Thank you, Lars.
Thanks a lot.
Have a good day.
So coming up shortly, we'll have our men's B race. So getting towards the pointy end of the speedsters now. We'll be looking at a 13:45 is the pace that they're going to be running at. It's the last of the 5,000 meter races before we have our steeplechase races and then the 2 main 5,000 meter races. So still got 5 races to go, including this next one. So plenty of action left.
Schnellsten über die 800 Meter, 2:02:48 und bei den Herren 1:45:25. Track records in the men's race. Thank you very much, and we're gonna see you back on stage later for the next victory ceremonies and for some acts live on stage. Also, wir machen noch jetzt weiter. 5000 Meter bei den Männern, gepaced Rennen in Richtung 13 Minuten und 45. Da geht's in wenigen Augenblicken los. Wir haben eines gesehen. Die Zeiten sind gut, das Wetter ist top. The track is on fire. Und auch hier wird in Kürze wieder aus 2 Reihen gestartet, denn da sind auch schon wieder 26 Teilnehmer, die wir mit dabei haben. Und es geht sich doch perfekt aus, dass wir alle kurz vorstellen.
And we're back. Had a little interruption here. And
yes, we were interviewed ourselves by some of the
all of a sudden
on staff.
Yeah, I know these guys from Berlin, and they are doing some new social media stuff, and now it was a different situation for us.
But the good
interview was being interviewed.
The good thing is for the people at home, at least we were shutting up for
yes.
1 or 2 minutes.
They had a bit of a break from our voice.
That was your break.
But we are back, and we are back with the men's B 5,000 meter race.
And now it's going to be fast, and we're getting faster every minute. This is gonna be a race now, finally finishing hopefully under 14 minutes. We're having a race for about 13:45 in prospect. That is the idea which we're having here tonight. And 13:45 obviously is 2:45 a kilometer, isn't it, Tom?
2:45, that's true.
Yeah, 5 times 15 is, yeah.
Yeah.
The 5,000 meter always is calculating. I'm not a calculator. Next time I want to have a little calculator on my desk here, Tom. That's gonna be the challenge for me.
So maybe I'll be your calculator.
You be my calculator. That's but there's a lot of talented athletes themselves in here too. A few younger athletes as well. We still have some under 20 athletes in this pack as well, so they probably won't be worrying about qualification standard anymore. They will be worrying about getting into a final in Jerusalem and you know, proving their point and proving their greatness. So this might be our first, no, what am I saying? We had the 800 meter masterclass races. This is going to be just another one of pure excellence displayed on track here tonight. 13:45, a lot of young athletes. And you can see now, as the night advances, how everything is a little more dimmy. The sun went down, the lights turn on, the adventure turns on. Now is the time for the actual festival happening, I suppose. people who know me from back in Germany, they know I'm getting really excited before fast races, and I'm starting to get really excited for what's to come, because I'm really excited for the 3,000 meter steeple and the 5,000 meter races. Tom, aren't you as well?
Yeah, for sure.
It's going to be fast. It's going to be very fast.
I think we can talk about the under 23 European standards. It is right under. I just looked for the German and the Austrian qualification times, but it's just under 14 minutes. So I think it's the right race for these guys to get in and to get a spot or to get a good result. Maybe for Germany it is 13:55, and for Austria it is 13:58. So just under 14 minutes, and so hopefully they can go with the pack and finish strong and under 14 minutes.
Yeah, and this is definitely going to be the race. This is definitely going to be the race to run fast, to run an under 23 standard if you wanted to. Probably won't get any better races. 26 athletes. I'm just gonna zoom through them real quick. We have Jonathan Escalante Phillips, Terence Biozzoza, Massimiliano Berti, Haptom Aminel, Torben Dietz, Giovanni Gatto, David Slapak, Dylan Evans, Jacopo De Marchi, Jonathan Hofer, Pablo Sanchez, Emil Bezenkny, Benjamin Der, Timo Hintendorfer, Tom Förster, Hiob Dibisso, Maël, Gouyette, Ataka Damsia, John De... Wow, that's a difficult one. John De Dieu Boutoy.
Yeah, I'll go with that.
Felix Ebel, Adisu Guadia, Lionel Nimbambatsve, Dominic Stadelmann, Scott Sterling, Callum Jones, Martin Tsiakik. David, next time you're doing this.
There was a reason I deliberately give you the starting lists.
And we have one guy in this field.
Back in Australia, we have Smith and Jones. This is the easy thing. So these European names, some of them get a bit tough.
And it's Jacopo De Marchi who is right behind the pace there on the inside. And next to him, the 3:44, that's Terence Bizzozza, I'm sorry. So those two are following close. So still right on the pace so far. Boys doing a great job. Jacopo De Marchi, then Terence Bizzozza. And on position 5 there, I think I see Tom Förster. He was at the finals at the U20 European Championships in 2021 already. He's gonna look to run towards the U23 European Championships in Espoo in Finland this year.
So he's already qualified with the 10K.
Okay.
Over the 10,000 meters. He ran 28:41 at the German Championships.
You see the 4:47, that's Lionel Nihimbatsve, who's going the long way around there on the outside. And Maël Gouyette, also within the mix there at the top front. He is the runner in the black dress on position 4 behind the pace currently. Now coming wide, trying to gain that position back on the inside. He doesn't want to be pushed to the outside. And David, it's interesting to see. You were saying on the fast races, we're going to see single file running. We're going to see that classical pain train, as some people say. But here, we will still have quite a few athletes, shuffled together in a bigger group. So that just proves how great quality is within this.
It is. I mean, from the 26 runners we have, it's probably 30-40 meters from first to last, but there's no gaps breaking up yet. And there's still one or two athletes moving out, trying to change position, jostling a little bit. So it's definitely a much even race, this one, but still very high quality, with the pacemaker sticking right with the wave lights.
And now it's Jean de Diobutoi, I was mentioning earlier, who moved up towards that third place, as Maël Gouyette took the second place, and Tom Förster's really, hanging in there on position 4, running comfortably, perfectly on pace. The guy in the Essex dress, white, red, and grayish colors, not really distinctive, but I guess you can tell. So up ahead, it's still Jacopo De Marchi. (25 years old).
Come down with 8 laps left to run now. Classical 2 mile, we could say.
So 5:30 would be the pace at the starting line for this race. So hopefully we want to go through in 5:30 for the 2K. On point,
yes,
I would say.
Yes.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful running by the pacemaker there.
I mean, that's what you want to see from the pacemaker. He's at the right tempo, but he's still got the group right with him. I mean, sometimes you see the pacemaker, they're told to run a certain time, but when you get 10 meters in front of the runners, you're not giving any assistance. So he's running the pace needs to be. The athletes are staying with him. So probably normally they go to about 3,000 meters, run 3K as a pacemaker. We see how far he goes.
Yeah, on the inside you see there in the small guy in the gray dress, that is Adisu Guadia, and he really he kind of pushed himself further up front during the last 2 laps. Looks quite comfortably there on the inside. Just hanging in there, forcing Tom Förster to, just make 1 step wide.
Had 7 athletes drop off the back of this main group now, so getting towards that 3 kilometer mark, and gaps are starting to open up. It's that dreaded 4th kilometer again. We'll see what happens when we get there.
And we're losing the pace right there. Coming now wide is the African runners. And that is the 49, Jean Dedu Boutoy. They're really fighting there in the backfield. Also with them is Terence Pizzozza from Burundi. Now moving towards 3rd place, and now they're really gonna have to close these gaps. That's essential right now. You can see Tom Förster also doing his part, always reacting to another surge up front by Jacopo De Marchi, as Terence Pizzozza takes the lead. And we're now coming towards the 3,000 meter mark. Pizzozza, De Marchi, Gouyette. That is the top 3 there, and then it's Guadia, and then Tom Förster, who tries to hold on tight to this roller coaster run. 2:14, so that was perfectly on pace still. We're going 2:45s, and we're doing them very neatly. You can also see how the wave flight is just with the boys, as Terence Bitsotsa is doing his job, and the three are slowly but quite certainly moving away from their followers, from Adiso Guadia and Tom Förster. He's gonna have to try to do something about that if he wants to stick with the under-23 European Championship standard.
Definitely a breakaway with these three. So a chase pack of 5 athletes there. See if they can sort themselves out and get into some bit of an order and help each other and work their way back up to these top 3 athletes.
But it's nice to see how that the French athlete Maël Gouyette, he really has this really long loping stride. He's just beautifully, you know, just floating along there with the pack on position 3. Looks very comfortable from my eyes. Question is if Bitsotsa can maybe put on another surge and you know, break this field apart. It looks to me as if he's trying hard, but he just can't get rid of his contestants. He just can't get rid of Demarchi and Gouyette.
Definitely looked like then he was starting to get a little, that 1 or 2 meters away, but then it was quickly closed up by the athletes behind him. So
but you can see now on the wave light that he's really trying to put on the surge, and here comes the Frenchman. As I said, he looks very comfortable in this race. He can react to any certain circumstances that are developing, and he just noticed that Jacopo Demarchi was, you know, maybe getting a slight bit tired, and right away he was there to close that gap. So that's very he's utterly informed about this race.
We've got 3 laps to go now, so pass through the finish line, but they definitely got in front of that wave right now, so that was a little bit of a surge on that lap. They've got back into their rhythm now, and I think they start to set themselves for what's going to go on in this last kilometer.
Gonna have a very close look at the time now when they come through with 1,000 meters to go. As Bitsotsa now kind of, you know, just moves out to the outside. I'm wondering if he might be a pacemaker as well, but he's definitely not. And this is a good pace.
Just under 11 minutes there.
Yeah, they're about one or 2 seconds ahead actually. .1,000 meters left to go. What a beautifully paced race, isn't it? That is perfect running. It's like they're running with a Rolex on.
They've basically run with this light for the whole race. There was no going out too hard in this race. They haven't really dropped off at any stage. They've pushed through that 4th kilometer. Now with just 800 meters to go, they're still in front of the light. They're running their 66 second lap, 65, 66 now.
And it's still Bitsotsa for Gouyette. And then Demarchi. And then you can tell how Terence Bitsotsa is really pushing here, doing his best to break away, but there's just no chance of losing the Frenchman.
But the whole 3 of them have stayed together. Even when we thought that they might split up a little bit, they've stayed together, so it's going to be an interesting last lap. Got that half a kilometer to go, 500 meters left.
And now the question arises, and as I'm saying it, I'm seeing it, can Maël Gouyette make his move? And he's doing it. And he looked comfortably all along, and now the question is, can Terence Bitsotsa follow along there? The Italian also within the mix as they hit the bell now. It's gonna be a long burn up home, and they're gonna take it all the way now.
They're all staying together though. He couldn't really break away, although he's getting that meter or 2 away now. This could be the crucial break for this race with 300 meters left.
And that was a really swift enter into the last lap. Now here comes the Italian, here comes Jacopo Demarchi around Terence Bitsotsa, and he's trying to follow the Frenchman, but look at him go now. He's flying down the back straight into the last corner. That is beautiful running by Maël Gouyette, if I'm saying this even correctly, and he's looking so smooth now with 120 meters to go. And he's far beyond the wave light now. He's far beyond the pace. He really did a surge there into the last lap. Look at that beautiful turn of speed of the Frenchman. Incredible performance here. 13:36.22. That's the unofficial time for Maël Gouyette. Incredible run from my perspective. I don't know how you viewed it. Tom, he looked really comfortable, didn't he, all along?
Yeah.
Just holding
quite
on
smart,
there.
Smart of racing.
It was a fast last lap. I didn't look at the clock exactly, I think.
So the athletes still coming in, and we've just clicked over the 14:20. So still very fast time for some of these athletes.
That must have been a lap just around the 60 second mark, because he was going very hard on that last 400. Very beautiful run here, but not just by Maël Gouyette, also by Demarchi and also Bizotza. He did a big effort for this time, putting in a lot of work there, really taking the race in his hands with 2,000 meters to go. And he was doing a great job of staying on the pace. He tried hard, he tried his best to get rid of his contestants, but he just couldn't. As we are trying to get Maël Gouyette, I hope that's his name, I really hope it's his name, to the interview. He's ready already. David will do his job on the track. Here you go.
Congratulations, Maël. That's about a 30-second personal best there, unofficial 13:36. How was it for you?
Yeah, I feel amazing during the race, you know. I mean, I came here with, I had no idea what I can do on the 1500 meters, because I was in the US 1 week ago, USA, competing in the NCAA Division 1 national on 1500 meters, and I told my coach, I have an opportunity to race with on running and top 4 running. I think for them, and I say, can I try a 5K? Say sure, and I felt amazing today. You know, I know I had to be conservative for the first 3K, which I did, and the last 2K was amazing. I push, and I think I closed fast, so that's perfect.
The whole race was basically even pace. You were running right with the lights on the inside. I don't know if you've seen them or not, but the whole race you're with them.
Yeah.
You were sitting in third place for most of the race, and then 500 meters to go, you took the lead, and then that was it. Your final burst was amazing. You must be feeling good with that last lap.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, I'm a 1500 meter guy, so I have the speed in my leg. I just need to prove myself I can be a good 5K runner, which I did today with no session workout or everything, but I mean, it's amazing.
The conditions are perfect. There's no wind. The temperature's lovely. How was the crowd though? Did they help you along as well?
Oh yeah, amazing. I told my friend, are we going to a track meet, or like all the crowd in the middle, the tent and everything? I love that, and you know, it helps me to run faster with every people sharing inside the field. You know, it's like the beat in the US, you know. It's so beautiful. Thank you for the organization.
Once again, Maël, congratulations on your run. You've definitely proved yourself that you're a 5,000 meter runner as well as a 1500.
Yeah.
What do you have coming up? Or
I have a 1500 meters next week in France, so I'm gonna keep 2 more races and then do a training block to prepare the French Championship at the end of July. So yeah,
best of luck for the rest of your season.
Thank you so much.
Well done.
Thank you.
a very, very happy Frenchman here in Vienna tonight. And as he said, he was really easing along up until the 3,000 meter mark. A beautiful run, and we're gonna have a little break now. Again, it's gonna be a little longer break since this is a beautiful event, and there's a huge ton of people here in this stadium, and they're gonna watch a little hip-hop show, rap show, Vienna rap. We're gonna have a little break there it's about 45 minutes. You're gonna have a clock running just in a second, and it's gonna show you when the next race is at
In
9.
20 minutes time, we will have Ben Buckingham coming to do a preview for us for the steeplechase. The 2 steeplechases coming up.
So if you're about to go out right now, go grab a beer, come back in 20 minutes. We're gonna have a world-class athlete talking to us here.
One of the on-athletes, unfortunately injured a few days ago actually in Finland.
So,
but we'll have him up here as
I'm gonna use this break as well for a little soft drink.
refreshment. Okay.
Bye bye.
Yeah, let's do that.
Well, welcome back, everybody. We got Ben Buckingham here with us.
Ben Buckingham, yes. 5th at the Commonwealth Games 2022.
Yes.
Current Australian champion over the 3 kilometre steeplechase.
Correct. First title at 31. Very happy like this year.
Having a good season. I mean, your Australian season, you won the Adelaide Track Classic, 2nd at Queensland
Track Classic, yep.
And then, of course, winning the Australian Championships.
Yes.
Came over to Europe, raced a couple of days ago in Finland, and what happened?
I had a calf injury in Colorado. I did, and I just flared it up slightly. So they just made the call not to race 2 races in in 4 days apart.
So nothing too serious. So
no, I should be back rolling. I'm going to London for a couple of weeks tomorrow, and then up to St Moritz for a month. So I've got plenty of time to get right and race.
Okay, super. That's good news. Good news. So we have you here, one as a on-athlete, you're an on-sponsor athlete. Tell us a bit about On and the OIC, the On Athletic Club, and also the Oceana. We have an Oceana Club that's coached by Craig Mottram. He's one of the coaches with that. How is all this going? And
well, I mean, Craig's been great. He's really building the group. I mean, he's signed half a dozen people and got a couple more in the works, and he's really sort of setting something up and building something from scratch in Australia. One of the best things about it is we can link in with the overseas group. So we spent a month in Boulder with the US boys and girls, and we're now spending a bit of time in St Moritz with the European group. So one of the big values is the ability to interact and link in with them. And the other big value with On is nights like this, like Paris, like LA, which I've been on all 3. I wasn't at Highgate in London, but they're just such a different atmosphere at a track. I've got a concert going on right now between races, which is a real different thing, but I think it just really adds a bit of energy and excitement to it. So I'm looking forward to December when they do it in Australia.
2nd or 3rd of December, the Zatopek night.
It's just been announced, so I'm trying to get a 2K steeplechase on there.
That'd be great. I mean, Zatopek's always a big night in Melbourne.
It is.
Well, you were just saying the big benefit of the different groups, having you guys in Australia and then the US guys and the Europeans, and you were saying you can benefit from that. How strong would you like say your cooperation is if you're going up to St. Moritz? I guess the Americans, some of the Americans are there now too. The Europeans are there too. Do you have like a big group now? Is that really like, how would let's say just like a fan, how can I impress what's happening there in St. Moritz with all of you guys training all together, or is it still kind of like the groups, or are you more united then?
It's separate groups, but I mean a lot of it's just the relationships you make and the friends, and it's just men and women you're passing time with on the circuit. I mean, St. Moritz, there's not a lot going on up there. It's a fantastic place, but just having company, having lots of people to run with every day, and we're all in the same house together, it's going to be a really good dynamic. And the US was like that. We didn't do heaps of sessions together, but we did a lot of running together, a lot of the time, and you're just having people who can take you to the local spots and keep you going on the circuits.
Definitely, most definitely, yeah.
So you're obviously meant to run the 3K steeplechase tonight.
Yes.
Unfortunately, due to your injury, you're not running. Can you tell us a bit about how you're expecting the race to go? What should we be looking for, and the fans at home?
Well, the men's race, there's 2 main men. There's Frederick Rupert and Mark Pearce. Mark's the 2021 British champion. I think he's run 8:35 this year, so trending in the right direction. And Frederick, 8:26 this year, PB of 8:15 at Pavanurmi Games last year in Turkey, which is the race I ran only 3 days ago. And that was a really impressive front-running performance by him. So I'd expect he's going to get on the lights and really get after it and grind it out.
I think 8:15
is what he ran last year.
And that's what the lights will go at. They're going at the qualifying time for the World Championships. Are you expecting guys to go out at this 8:15 pace and really have a crack at going for the qualifier, or is that going to be a bit too fast and going to sit back? Or
I mean, I raced Guy a couple of times. He's always quite gung-ho. I think he'll probably get on it and get after it. He's depends. I don't quite know what shape he's in, but he's quite an aggressive racer. So I'm hoping we get a good battle, because you need a couple of guys there with a lap to go to have a chance at it.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping that's how it pans out.
But then you said Mark Pearce, he's looking in the right direction now. He ran back in 2021. He ran, I think, 8:24 was it?
8:24 twice,
yeah, exactly.
in 21. Yes.
Yeah. So he didn't quite get there last year. I suppose maybe some injury as well in his way there. But then the question is, do you think he can get back to that? Is he in that shape again to run strongly below 8:30, or do you think it's rather going to be around 8:30ish, and then easing his way towards the lower 8:20s.
Well, his last two races have been 8:40 and then 8:35, so trending in that direction. So I'd say 8:28 tonight would be a really good run. Just sort of continue to improve, and he's got British champs end of the month, so he'll be really setting himself for that.
Definitely.
The next race we'll have just before the men's steeple, we have the women's steeple. Can you tell us some main names in this event?
The main two, Gabrielle Jennings, I think she's got a PB of 9:25 and she ran 9:32 in LA recently. So, her PB is I think 2 seconds off the standard, which is 9:23. So it'll be interesting to see if she has a real go for that. And the second lady that jumped out at me was Olivia Girth. She ran 9:42 on the 20th of May. And the other one was Bianca Fernandez, 9:41 PB. But I think she only ran about 10 minutes this year. So it'll be interesting to see if there's other girls get around.
Well, it's going to be Olivia Girth, a German athlete. I've been watching her quite a while now this season. She's really getting there. She's a young athlete as well, still under 23. And she was the under 20, I think, European champion, was that last year, back in 2021. So she's really a big talent, but she's just quite get there. And every race this year was a new personal record for her, so she's definitely in the shape. I think she's looking at that race as a great opportunity to have a very fast race since Jennings is there, and she's just going to try to hold on, and we're going to see if she can pull that through.
How's the conditions for steeplechase running?
Still cold, really, really good.
Really good?
When I raced 3 or 4 days ago, it was really hot, and that we all blew up together. So tonight it's a really good opportunity for some of them.
You don't find it a bit of an advantage coming from Australia, the hot weather? You know?
Well, I've had about 6 weeks to lose my adaptions now. I've been on the road for too long. In April, I would have been ready to go.
Yeah.
But then Ben, tell me, if the calf, let's hope the calf all settles in again, and then what races do you expect to run next after skipping 2?
My main focus is July 18 in there's one in Budapest in Hungary.
Okay, yeah.
I think on the World Champs track, and it's a gold meet. That'll be my best chance to get good confirmed selection. Yeah. I've run 8:19. I want to break 8:20 again. I think I'll need to do that to confirm my spot. I'm sure my agent will look at another couple of options as backups, but that's my main focus.
On rankings, you're currently...
I'm 30th out of 36. I think I need another result to be sure.
Yeah.
Just to be safe.
Last question. We'll let you get back to enjoying the evening. But the on-track nights, the atmosphere you mentioned, the concert stuff, the crowd being so close to you. I mean, they're on the track. They're right on the inside of the track. At the water jump, they're going to be right next to the water jump. As an athlete, how is that compared to, traditional running where you're all sitting in the stands and...
I think it adds real energy, and it really helps athletes, especially late in races, kick on. I think a lot of tracks, especially in Australia, a lot of tracks you're a long way from the action. And one thing I've always liked about Europe is that you can have these little 6-lane tracks when the stadium's really close.
Yeah.
And something like this just adds to that. And I think especially the tent and just different things going on, it's exciting. I'm keen to watch.
I'm not sure if you'll have to look at it, but I was just watching when I came in. It's also, you have the inside barrier, it kind of like blocks your view, and then the water jump comes up rather closely. You don't have a lot of time to focus on the water jump since you can't see it before you head into the corner.
It's an inside water jump.
Exactly. So it's an inside.
Trust me, that's much better.
Okay. That's
you,
what I.
You come to lap to go and you got 400 metres left. not about 430, which can be a little bit fast sometimes.
It's only 390, I think, on the inside.
Even better.
Yeah.
Even better.
Yeah, that was just a question. If you can't see it, you can't. I don't know.
Better not to know it's there.
Well, actually,
All right,
before I let you, there is we've got 17 people on the start list.
Yes.
It's a pretty big field. I mean, does that affect the steeplechase as much, having so many people in the races? Or?
We call it first lap chaos, especially the first water jump. You can have about, six abreast. But I think the pace they'll go out, the pace that Frederick and Mark will set, and Gabrielle in the women's race, I think that will mean the field will clear out quite well.
And with the inside water jump, you get to run...
You get 200 metres, no barriers.
No barriers. So we'll see if they can sort themselves out, and then... 7 laps to go.
Certainly. I mean, the first water jump's always the one to watch. Yep. That's when it's going to be chaotic.
Exciting. It's going to be exciting. We're excited. I'm excited, David. I think you are too.
Definitely excited. Well, anyway, thanks for your time, Ben. We really appreciate that you came up and talked to us. But we'll let you get back to the on-field action and supporting your teammates in the upcoming events. We've got 2 steeplechases and then 2 5,000-metre races to go. But once again, thanks for coming.
Thank you both.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so
Maybe there's a runner out there who always feels amazing, who doesn't need anyone to remind her why she's out there. Maybe there's this runner out there so full of running. Wherever this runner might be, we haven't found them yet. Because we weren't looking for this one runner.
Calibrating technology evolution. Initiating optimum rolling motion. Cloud surfer. Make waves.
First on Track Night stop of 2023, the Sound Running Track Fest.
Und damit hinein in diese erste Runde. Wasserangaben, da ist natürlich alles voll schon oben hier bei der On-Bridge. 3000 Meter Hindernis bei den Damen, das ist der letzte Teil hier. Let's go!
And we're obviously back live as well.
So yes, welcome back. We just had a small off-camera chat there with Ben, but he's now off supporting his fellow athletes, and we're here now with the women's 3,000 meter steeplechase, a field of 19 athletes.
We're going to get into that. It's Lea Hanle up ahead, and she does the pace here for the women's as they come around here for the first time. As David said, 19 athletes. It's Maël, Leite da Silva, Abby Butler, Olivia Gert, a very, very talented young German athlete, Anna Malkova, June Arbeo, Lena Milonik. She currently holds the track record here on this track. The Austrian champion from this year, Lena Milonik. She will try to hold on tight to this race. Probably is going to be a little too fast for her up in front. Then we have Linda Palumbo, Verle Baker, Riab Dahiri, Ida Danner, Lotte Luise Seiler, Ort Clavier, Blanca Fernandez, Lotta Krause, Katharina Posendorfer, Ikram Uazitz, Gabrielle Jennings, a very fast British lady, and then Agnes Danner and Katharina Grötschel. That's the whole field, and we want to focus on the action happening on the track.
So the pace for this race, the lights are going for 9:23. That is the qualification time for the World Championships, the automatic qualification time. So run that and you've got yourself a ticket for the World Championships, if you make the team, of course. So for those of you not too familiar with steeplechase running, the women's event here, they have the barriers at 76.2 centimeters high. Run over the 3,000 meters. That is, they have 28 times they need to go over these barriers, plus 7 times over the water jump. So it's just over 7.5 laps, because this is a inside water jump. The water jump is actually on the inside of the 400-meter track, and so one time around is approximately 390 meters. As you'll see now, as they come in, they'll now move to the inside of the track till they come over this water jump, and then they make their way back onto the normal track.
And let's have a little look at the athletes running there up ahead. That's no less than Gabrielle Jennings, a young US American. She ran a very competitive race at the LA Grand Prix already over the steeples, 9 32.77, her season's best this year. She's definitely the one to beat in this race. And the lady in the yellow dress trailing here, that's Ikram Ouatzis, the Moroccan. She ran 9:34.17, and she will be Jennings' greatest contestant, I suppose. Back there, a lot, maybe 3 or 4 meters behind, that's Olivia Gert. She has already qualified for the under-23 European champion. She's the reigning under-20 European champion. She's a huge talent, running 4 on there, and she's trying to keep that gap as close as possible. She really had a great season this year, ran a personal record in every race so far. She definitely is in the shape of her life, and she's going to try to hold on tight to that roller coaster run, and we'll see what she can do. She ran her new personal best and season's best, 9:41.23, just in Karlsruhe this season, so following up with a great 1500 after that, so she has it in her legs. Let's see what she can do today, as Gabrielle Jennings is still pushing on the pace.
The facility record for this area is 10 minutes, 3 seconds, and just a few. And it is from Lena Milonik, and she's also in this race. And yeah, maybe it's not easy for her to save this record this night.
Yeah, Tom, I think this record is definitely going to be falling tonight, I suppose. But unfortunately, we don't have a time running on the screen again. That is quite unfortunate, to be honest. But it doesn't matter, since we are
keep up
watching.
to date though. We can see live on the thing. We've just gone over the 5-minute mark, so.
And they are straight with a wave light, so hopefully they are on pace.
Difficult thing about a 3,000 meter steeple is also that you never really know where the 1,000 meter mark is. It's usually about 4 meters shorter since it's 396, but it depends on the stadium. That's quite difficult to know exactly what pace we're on, but the wave light will do its best to stay on track there, as Gabrielle Jennings is still pushing on, and the Moroccan Ikram Ouatzis, she's following right behind. .5:43, that was the time there with 3 laps to go. And you can see how Olivia Gert, she's really running a great race there, holding on tight to the big ladies. I suppose she's a big lady herself, but a little younger. Huge talent from Germany. And now it's Gabrielle Jennings, and she's really keeping her stride going. Just opening up a little bit of daylight between her and her followers. Just 2 or 3 meters. You can just see it slightly.
To see if Olivia's got the confidence to maybe go around Ikram and chase Gabriella, or whether she's satisfied just to staying there because this is the tempo for her run. But Gabrielle's definitely chasing those lights, which have slightly got away from her, and is making a break on these other 2 women.
You can see how Gabrielle is a very good technician. Beautiful water jump from her there. Obviously running in the footsteps of the big American steeplechasers.
Just gone through now with 2 laps to go, so just a little bit under the 800 meters. So let's see if she can push on for these last 2 laps and get back up to with those lights and chase that 9:23 qualifying time.
And just to put it in perspective, that was a 76-77 lap, so that is quite solid from Jennings there. Obviously she's still trailing behind the wave lights a little bit, but still a fast pace.
And her personal best is 9:25, so the wave lights are just a little bit in front of her personal best, which she set back in 2022. The other girls there, Ouaz, the Moroccan, has a personal best of 9:32. And as you said, Olivia Gert ran 9:41 in Karlsruhe this year to set her
But now, David,
best.
you can see how Olivia Gert really has the courage. She went around Ikram Ouatzis to to follow Gabrielle Jennings, and they're now already with 500 meters to go, so this is really a crucial part now in this race, and she's really pushing hard, trying to leave that Moroccan behind her. As they hit the bell with 400 meters to go, it's Gabrielle Jennings, and she is going strong.
The lights are just in front of her. Come on, Gabrielle, you can do it.
And Olivia Gouyette now really pushing there, back there, as Gabrielle is hunting these lights as hard as she can now.
Definitely going to be another best time for Olivia.
Oh, and she will smash her personal record, I suppose, by quite a lot again, if she can bring this home the way she's running right now.
So we come up 200 meters to go.
And now it's the last water barrier. Now it's all about lifting these feet and going over it and not in. Just over it. She's a beautiful technician still on the last water jump. Very, very clean. Also Olivia Gouyette back there.
Last 100 meters is one barrier to get over, and then it's just the finish line. She's still sprinting hard, going for these lights. The fireworks have started on the inside of the track. She's racing towards the finish line. She's pushing as hard as she can. There's a grimace on her face. Olivia Gouyette is chasing her down as well. This is a great race.
And it was a brilliant race as well. 9:28.21, if I see that correctly here on the live clock. So that was a very strong performance from Gabrielle Jennings.
It's a season's best for her.
And I mean, we remember Olivia Gouyette having her season's best and personal record of 9:41. So that was, again, a very strong performance, probably a low 9:30, maybe even just a tad under, but I think she was missing that 9:30 mark by maybe a second or so. Very strong race by the US American.
A lot of personal bests coming out of this race, though.
Very
see
courageous.
the athletes at the end falling down. They've given it their all.
See how Olivia Gouyette is very happy with that race. Beautiful performance by her. And now you can see the light effects there as the night inches closer to Vienna. Start to finish victory for Gabrielle Jennings. She might have wished for a bit faster race here. At least a few more athletes to help her out for a little longer. Tom, can we find out an official time for Olivia Gouyette? Is there any chance we can figure that out? As we are waiting for the interview with Gabrielle Jennings. And we have a time in the screen, but I suppose that's the running time still. We're looking for results. We're going to get you results in just a second. But right now we're for the interview with Gabrielle Jennings.
Gabrielle, congratulations on your race. It looks like you haven't run at all. You seem very fresh at the moment. 9:28, season's best, just outside your personal best of 9:25, and just outside the qualifier for the Worlds. How was it for you?
I have had like very interesting season so far. I'd say I'm pretty happy with it. Whew. Starting to get some mosquitoes out here. I'm pretty happy with it. I know that I can still push a little bit more in that middle section. I think being able to run behind people at some point would be, you know, like at USA's coming up. It's really competitive steeple in the US, so hopefully feeling good for that.
It was only the last maybe 2 to 3 laps when you fell that 5 meters behind the wave line. So the pace you had at the start was really good. That's a personal best, so your season's improving. Yeah. What do you have coming up?
USA's. That's US champs. That's it. This was kind of like a last-minute decision to come out here. I raced at UCLA at the beginning of the month, and or I guess like in May,
and I felt like I ran pretty well, but I wasn't super satisfied, so my coach and I decided last minute to come out here and just give it a go, and this is my first race in Europe, so pretty cool experience. This atmosphere is amazing.
That was my next question. I mean, this is the first time in Vienna we've had these on-track nights with the wave lights and entertainment and the crowd on the infield next to the wall jump. How was that, this experience?
It was really cool. When I came out here yesterday to practice, I was like, I'm like 90% sure I'm at a track meet. Like, it's really cool. I've never seen any track meet like this, and I love Vienna. I visited before very briefly, so really cool city, and I'm just happy to be here and thankful you guys put on such a great event.
Thank you once again. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All the best for nationals in America, and hopefully we see you at the World Championships.
Oh, that'd be great. Thank you. Bye.
Unfortunately, we still have no official results from that race, but we're gonna, give it to you guys as soon as we have them. Now coming up the 3000 steeplechase men's. It's going to be a very interesting race, since we heard Ben Buckingham talk about it. It's going to be Frederik Ruppert who is definitely the guy to beat here. He ran a very strong run in Turku, winning it from the front. Very, very courageous running by the German. He ran 8:15.58 last year, so he's a very talented guy as well. The European Under-23 champion from 2019, Frederik Ruppert, and he is an amazing talent. He is definitely one of those athletes with an incredible turn of speed, so he can accelerate from a long way home, but also on a very short notice and very fast. So if it comes down to the last 100 meters, my dollar is going to be on Frederik Ruppert for sure. But enough of that guy. Mark Pierce, Ben Buckingham was talking about. He is his strongest contestant. He is known to run fast. He has a personal best of 8:24.83, so he can definitely try to challenge the German here in Vienna. He ran a solid race back in Huelva just over a week ago, but he's still not quite in that shape of 2021. He was the UK champion back in 2021, running that 8:24.83. So it's going to be interesting to see what he can do today. And there's another guy in this field that is kind of like I don't want to say a newcomer, because he's not, but he's definitely just put himself in a position of being very, very, challenging towards Frederik Ruppert, and that's William Battershill. He ran 8:26.72 in Huelva, a new personal record for him, and that was a very strong race in Spain from the British. And I think he will be trying to go even faster. He ran 7:50 indoors over the 3 flat, and some people always have that, you can always calculate. Some people always say it's the 3000 flat time plus 25 to 30 seconds. That's something I was being told back when I was younger, and if I calculate 7:50 plus 30, it's 8:20 if I get my math right. And so William Battershill is definitely one of these athletes I will be having an eye on, and I want to see if he can even maybe challenge Frederik Ruppert and Mark Pierce, the two top contestants.
I agree with you there. I think he will be right up with it, because he's ran a personal best 1 mile, personal best 3,000 meters, and a personal best 3,000 meter steeple all this year. So he's definitely in good form.
Yeah, so that's gonna be the 3 guys we're gonna look out for in the front, and then there's gonna be I don't want to say a race in a race, because it's very tight everything, but then there's gonna be a little race, a backfield race developing around another good German athlete, Jens Mergenthaler. He just ran not a new personal best, but a new season's best, 8:31.86. So he's definitely a guy who can run under 8:30 as well. He's a quick 1500 meter runner as well, and very, very talented over the flat distances. But he chose to become a steeplechaser, and he's just inching there bit by bit. He really he's getting into the distance, and he's really getting into the grind of running the steeples and running the barriers. So we'll see what he can do here tonight. And obviously there's quite a few good runners around the 8:30 as well, so this is going to be a very packed field. If they go out, they were supposed to go out towards 8:15, which would be the world standard.
Yes, that's right. The 8:15 will be the pace that the wave lights will go at. So it'll be interesting to see if any of the athletes attack that and go with it, or whether they've told the actual pacemaker just to, 8:25, 8:30. That's what we think we can run. So just keep it at that pace. So
if I wanna put a bet down, I think it's gonna go around in the direction of 8:20. I think at least Frederik Ruppert is a guy who can definitely run around 8:20. He's in shape. He's in a good form. He just needs the race, and he needs contestants that challenge him towards that time. If we see that today, he's definitely in the shape of doing that. Especially also his other German contestant, Karl Bebendorf, just ran in Turku. He just ran 8:20, and it's like a little domestic battle between them two. So he's gonna have the chance to answer to the performance of Karl Bebendorf. It's going to be interesting if he can deliver here in Vienna. I'm sorry for stuttering there. If he can deliver here in Vienna. So that's my guess. It's going to be a tight race around the 8:28-ish mark. It's going to be 5 or 6 runners who are capable, at least capable of running in that direction. Might be a close race towards the end. We are excited. I hope you guys are too. This is the 3000 Steeplechase men's, and look at the beautiful light, but we still have no clock. A clock, please. No clock, ladies and gentlemen. We have no clock, and that...
Oh, there we go. Look, just on cue. It's just like magic.
Yeah, it's just not running.
Okay, we're 10 seconds off.
It looks to me too.
It's about 10 seconds. So if we take that into consideration, we can at least have a bit of an estimation on how we are running.
So there you see Frederik Ruppert. He obviously wearing the undress there on second position.
And they're gone with the pacemaker, who is out at the 8:15 tempo. So
it was about a 70 lap, that first one. 35-200, I suppose. I'm sorry. On the official clock here in the stadium. Which would be way too slow, actually. That makes no sense.
So we'll see at this pace. This is a very quick pace at 8:15. Not many guys can run at this pace. See how long it is until some gaps start opening up, and who is willing to go with this pacemaker and who is willing to stay back. Yeah, first time over the water jump.
Look at Frederik Ruppert. He's not the best technician. Honestly, he wasn't back in 2019 when he was European under-23 champion. He was working hard on his technique and getting better over the barriers, but he's still not where he wants to be. And you can clearly see that he always, moves to the outside to have a clear view on the barrier, to see where he's going, what he's doing. Most athletes do that when they're not as comfortable over the barriers as others. And right behind him, that's Mark Pierce, as Ben Buckingham was expecting it. So that is the situation we're having here, but Frederik Ruppert looks really comfortable there from what I can tell. In the groove, in the grind. Very beautiful running by him. And it looks to me as if it's going to be a very lonely race for the German. Already opened up quite a big gap there. 4 or 5 meters to Mark Pierce. Second try, Frederik Ruppert. That looked a lot better. They're still beautifully on the light. Now look at that guy run. He looks a little tired already. I don't know if he can pull that through, at least if he's all alone. So that first kilometer was around 2:46, I suppose. As I told you, not quite easy to check the kilometer mark. So that's perfectly on pace for 8:15. And he can do it. He did it before in Turku last year. But he did it back then in a very, very packed race. And he's turning around every now and then already. I think he's waiting for someone to challenge him up ahead. But he's going to have to do it all alone. That's his deal here tonight.
That'll definitely be the problem. Once the pacemaker steps off the track, he's left all alone to run. And there we go. He's moved off the track now.
He's a very strong mental guy. I remember I was in that race back in 2019 when he was European Under-23 champion. I was a nervous wreck, to be honest, but he has such a strong mindset. He's such a calm runner. He has a very spiritual runner, to be honest. It sounds dumb, I know, but he's very focused on what he's doing. And if he gets into the grind, I think he can also switch into that autopilot you need to run a world standard. And he knows Karl Bebendorf will be watching this, and he knows I'm gonna have to prove to him that I got it in my legs, and you can rest on that. So this is gonna be the deal here. I think it might be, David. I know. I just want to tell a story about this race, and I think this could be a long distance race. It's a race Karl Bebendorf began back in Turku 4 days ago.
I think though that as it's getting darker now, the lights are shining more. You can see the lights more. So even if you're not focused on these wave lights,
the
they're
visuals,
there. They're there now.
Definitely.
Earlier on when it was lighter, they were harder to see, but now they're shining out brightly, but he's starting to struggle. The grimace is coming on the face.
Yeah, you can definitely tell now how he's just trailing behind them now a meter or two, and now this is mentally breaking now. If you see the wave light running away, it could break you, to be honest.
He's looking a bit heavier now, but he comes down with 3 laps to go. If he can just hold on for that another lap, then it's only 2 laps. Hold on one more, last lap. You don't know what he can do.
He looks a lot subdued now. He looks like he's just thrown his anchor. I'm not sure if Mark Pierce, if he can sense this right now, he's gonna get a second energy now and put his foot down to close that gap and try to cover ground on Frederik Ruppert, because you can see it now. Really, he's struggling. He's shaking in his upper body. So this might have been too fast all along. Maybe I was glorifying him a little too much here in the beginning of the race. I'm gonna apologize in that case, but he's still fighting, and he's trying his best as Mark Pierce is slowly inching closer. But that still looked at least solid. And now it's 800 meters to go. Now he can taste the finish, and he's gonna start to think about the long burn up home, but his face does not look like there's a lot of courage left in him.
You'll start to hear the other athletes coming up on him soon. We've got the crowd cheering him on. 2 laps to go.
And I'm sorry, it's William Battershill. I completely missed out. Mark Pierce fell back onto the 5th position. It is another runner in the hookah dress, I think it was, in the orange hookah dress. It's William Battershill, the guy I was talking about earlier. He ran 8:26 in Huelva last week, and he now has got the trail. He sensed the weakness of Frederik Ruppert, and he's flying towards him now, really closing that gap inch by inch with the 600 meters to go now. 2 water jumps left, and this gap is down to 10 meters, so he's really covering ground now on him, right? He's just flying.
Let's see how they both go over this water jump, because that'll become very crucial when it comes down with 1 lap to go. Who can come out of that water jump with momentum still and continue on into that final sprint over the last 100 meters.
And now it's Battershill, and he's coming strong. Frederik Ruppert is going to have to find a special gear to follow that pace now, because Battershill is really just surging past him in this momentum. Beautiful run by the young Brit. I was looking at the clock. He was about 7:20-ish. So that will be a small 8:20 if he can fly now. He's gonna have to find the legs to fly down that back straight.
3rd place is making a bit of a charge as well. Who was that back in 3rd in the black there?
I wasn't quite sure about that, but I'm quite sure about William Battershill, and William Battershill is going all out now, flat out racing down the back straight.
Yassine Boué is into the Italian. Looks like he could be coming up on Ruppert as well.
Now look at him go, the last water jump. This is not a picnic area. You got to go over it. You got to go beyond. That's beautiful running by William Battershill. Now the Italian has passed Ruppert as well. Ruppert really going bathing back there, stepping in there with all 2 legs and 1 arm. He's just completely wrecked in the backfield. But Battershill now in the last 100 meters. We're going to have a look at the clock. The world standard is gone. It's gone for good. And he's on his last 10, 12 meters. And we're looking at the clock, 8:23.31 for William Battershill, and that's a new personal record and another season's best.
Clenches his fist, punches the air.
Very courageous run.
Very well judged run as well.
Really well judged. He was waiting a long time. In the beginning it was Mark Pierce. I was always thinking it's Mark Pierce, but he was coming back there on that last kilometer and just got that momentum right and then flying home there. Great run by the athlete from Great Britain and Northern Ireland. It'll be exciting to see what he has to say about that race.
We should head down there then and grab him before he runs off and ask him a few questions of how his race was. But it was Battershill in the end with that well-judged race. Came past Rupert with about 500 meters to go. But at least Fredrik Rupert gave it his all. He went out with the pacemaker. He went at the 8:15 pace, but unfortunately couldn't quite keep it up for the whole 7.5 laps. Robert's down the ground with him there now, just helping him up. He's still sitting on the ground recovering there, was William Battershill, but we've got him now and walking over to our interview position, so it won't be long till we've got him. Then we'll head down and talk with him. And then we'll head straight into the main races for the night, the women's A race over the 5,000 meters, followed by the men's 5,000 meter A race. I'll remind you again later, but just for your information, we'll still be running a pace at the World Championship qualifying time. That'll be 14:57 for the women and 13:07 for the men. Extremely fast times there that they'll be running at. Hopefully the athlete can go with him and run this time. But we'll now head down to our interview area where Robert has got William Battershill. Just preparing everything, and we'll be with them very shortly.
William, congratulations, and what a season is it this year for you? What a race in Wilva, and now here in Vienna. What is your experience here tonight?
Yeah, the experience here tonight was something I've never really had anything like this before. This track meets something else, and it was a great way to kind of build my season off 10 days ago. Yeah.
Tell us something about the race. You could really tell, beginning of the last kilometer, you could sense Rupert kind of inching closer.
So yeah, that was the plan coming into this. Is I knew the pace would be 8:15, which my eventual goal is to run that, but I felt tonight that might be a step too far. And huge kudos to the guys that went with that. That's the Olympic time for a reason. It's super tough to run. So I plan to be a tiny bit off that pace, keep those guys in touch. And I was able to claw them back in the last K and felt great. So
I suppose you had a great lot of fun, when you're realizing this race is going to turn your way. How was the atmosphere here? Did the guys carry you down there?
Yeah, the atmosphere was incredible. I mean, I've never been to one of these events with the tents over the track, let alone doing that for a steeple, where you're coming over the water jump and there's the flash of camera lights blinding you. You're coming out of the beer tent and having to hurdle straight away. So the atmosphere was crazy, but it really dragged me around those last few laps that were super tough. So yeah, it was incredible.
Beautiful. Now tell us maybe just one question for what's coming up for your season. What's the next races you got in question?
So the actual next plan for me is to have 3 weeks of solid training off this race to get ready for the UK champs on the 8th of July.
Definitely.
So yeah, I'll kind of get back to base, reset, recover off this, and hopefully come into UK Champs even fitter. So.
Well, I wish you all the best for your season. I wish you can build on those great performances, and hopefully we see you in Budapest maybe.
I hope so, yeah. Thanks a lot, guys.
Good luck
Cheers.
to you, man.
Thanks.
It's a very interesting interview there. I did hear on the on-track nights that was in London, they actually described the tents over the track as like tunnels, and they were calling them the lactic tunnels of love. So this is where all the lactic acid kicks in, and it's quite interesting to hear it being described as a beer tent.
For sure, yeah.
I was down there before, actually. We have the two tents up, or the two tunnels. One in the back straight is just there with the spectators, but the one in the front straight does have area for spectators, and there is a bit of a bar there, so they can buy their drinks and cheer on the athletes at the same time in our newly named beer tent.
So we have just around 10 minutes to the next race, our A race for the woman. And yeah, I have never heard about a beer tent on the home stretch. So yeah, quite nice here to see this atmosphere, to see all these guys are cheering and relaxing and having some beers.
That's what the on-track series is all about, bringing entertainment, bringing atmosphere and everything to the sport of athletics. So we look forward to the 5,000 meters for the women. We will have 26 starters.
Maybe this is your chance to do it once.
So actually, we have no light here in
yes,
our.
You can't read it,
right? I can't see the names.
I can give you my flashlight.
Let's have a quick look. If we go down the start list, we can pick out a few names as we go along. We have Verity Okenden, then Svenja Pingpak, yeah, Purity Gitonga, Line Schutz, Angelina Lohath, Giovanni Selva, Cristina Ruiz, Yalamget Yalamgal, one of the favorites for the race. She has a personal best of 15:01 on the road, I think that was. Then we have Valentina Gemetto, Mektes Woldu, Lila Anna Vindix-Tot, Edna Kugat, Alina Ree, the German athlete, another one of the favorites, Joy Cheptogek, Diana Cherachich, Kali Thakari, Maudie Skyring, one of the on-athletes from the Oceania region, Blanca Dorfel, Michelin, we got Neo Mahoro, Neo Mahoro, Maureen Jepkovic, Francine Neomunskunzi, Gia Coley, Caitlin Adams, Andrea Romero, Ini Bakken, and Ludovica Cavalli.
It's gonna be interesting. I mean, we have her in the field. I mean, I suppose it's fair enough if I say one or two words about her, the reigning European 10,000 meter cup winner, Alina Ree. She just came there from Pache in France, was it? I think, I don't know how to say the city. Pache,
I don't know. I don't speak any
let's
French.
just
I'm so sorry.
Let's just keep it with Pache. It sounds more Italian than French, but at least she won it, the European 10,000 meter cup. So
She's in a good shape. She also ran a quite good 5,000 meter in Montesor, I think, if I remember that correctly. So she is definitely in shape, and she's gonna try to go hard here tonight and see if they can inch close toward that 15-minute mark, maybe even below. I think the pace is supposed to go even faster, right, David?
The pace is set for 14:57.
That's the world standard, isn't it?
World standard.
Exactly. So it's going to be interesting if they can go anywhere close to that. It would be a marvelous run for Alina Reh, especially if she could run 15 minutes or below.
Well, she did run the on-track night last week in...
That's what I was saying,
France.
I think she was running 15:10 or so, I think.
She ran 15:10, is exactly right, 15:10.
So that's still quite a long way, but I guess never say never. I think...
She's been running some of the longer races. She has a personal best half marathon this year. So, I mean, then in May she had the 10,000 meter championships, the German championships. Then she went... After that, early June, another 10,000 meter race where she ran 32:15, and now she's come back to the 5,000 with that fast race last week. So
exactly, yeah.
Maybe a bit more speed work during the week, and looking forward to run even quicker here.
And another athlete when I was looking into is Purity Gitonga. She's definitely, I think she might be the one to run sub 15 minutes, and that's just because she was running sub 15 minutes on a road race here in Vienna just this spring. She was running 14:59, I think.
This is just a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, exactly.
This is only 100 meters away from us.
On the Hauptallee. Where Eliud Kipchoge ran
the sub 2-hour marathon yeah.
At the Austrian Frauenrun.
Yes,
the women's run.
The women's race. She finished second in that race. She actually, the winner of the race was also down to run on the start list, but she is not here tonight, unfortunately, because that would have been another good race. But as you said, 14:59 for that race.
And she was back on this on-track series as well. She was running in Paris last week as well. She ran 15:09, so she and Alina might became friends in that race. Let's put it that way. Maybe they can,
they know each other's race a bit from last week.
Exactly. They can put their energy together and push themselves towards that 15-minute mark. Gitonga at least has proven that she's definitely got it in her legs this season.
Well, so they were 13th and 14th last week
which is
in
crazy.
Paris. I mean, it was
think about it.
some fast racing there, but they were right with each other. So we're expecting the same again tonight. These two running with each other and hopefully pushing on a bit faster than they did last week in Paris, and having Vienna being the faster race for those two athletes.
And I think we're going to have a look at Edna Kogat, the US American as well. So she has a season's best of 15:11. She ran a solid 31:12 back in London at the on-track night at the 10,000 meter event. So that is something that puts you in a position of running a fast 5K as well. So quite a few women in this pack that are definitely capable of running 15 or like a low 15 or even below, but they just haven't proven it yet.
While we're talking about that race last week where we said that they were 13th and 14th place, actually in 12th place was Francina Niyamukunzi. So she's another one of that group that ran that 15:08, 15:09, 15:10. So we should see those three, probably those three going with the pacemaker and having that 15-minute or sub 15-minute tempo, and then just seeing in those last few kilometers who can hold on and who can stay with that pace, and perhaps running a personal best or the qualifying for that World Championships.
Well, that's the question now, because we just heard it from Battershill. The question is if do they really believe they can run that 14:58, 57, or do they think let's just see what the pace does and roll up the field from the backfield basically. So that's going to be the two attempts that can be tried in this race.
I also think it depends on where they are in qualification for the World Championships.
Definitely, most definitely.
I mean, maybe they need the time. Maybe they have to get the points, and there is, I can quickly tell you actually that
I would put some two British girls into this lane, because there's Verity with a personal best, not from last year, I think it's 2 years ago, 15:03, and as well Kelly Thackeray with a personal best of 15:02. So I think they can go with the pacemakers as well.
Thackeray, she was 6th at European Championships last year. She just hadn't had the best season this year so far, at least from what I could tell. She ran a 15:50 in Manchester back in the beginning of her season. Had quite a few did not finishes, so she's just struggling to find a performance. I guess she definitely is an athlete that knows how to run fast, and that she can, if everything comes together, she probably will be able to follow the pace for sure.
The athletes that don't quite have the qualifying time, and then if there are still places left in the field, or if there haven't enough people qualified for the World Championship, then goes on the rankings.
Definitely, yeah.
And this is a Category E meeting. So for these 5,000 meter races, first place gains 20 points bonus for their rankings. Actually, the first 6 people get bonus points. Goes 20 points, 16, 12, 10, 9, and 6. So there's plenty of extra incentive to.
It was interesting to see. I don't know if you just didn't look there, but it was Gitonga who was walking up to the pacemaker just before the race, and she was just, saying a few words to the pacemaker just right now. So definitely some internal debate.
Yeah, maybe some last minute. What will the pace be? This is what we want. And I will also mention, especially for the athletes, that it's. For these 5,000 meter races, there is a €6,000 prize for first place. So quite a handy bit of pocket money for the winner of this race. But we're ready to go in this event. The runners are set, and off they go.
And we got the time, and that is beautiful. So it's a huge field as well, and a very, very competitive field. It's Gitonga who's pacing up ahead there. Already now with 3 or 4 meters, so she definitely has a different plan than what the wave light is suspecting, I suppose. Maybe she is also the pace. Maybe she's doing the pace. That's what I was wondering.
So we're looking for this 15-minute mark, or just under. So this is 18 seconds per 100 meters. So for those of you there that are interested in following the time,
so yeah, it's Gitonga who's going out very hard. So I have reason to suspect that she's more or less doing the pace right now. She is. Maybe it was also a reason for her to communicate with the others to say, I'm doing this or that. She's
it looks like she has. Oh no, is that pace on her bib, or is that?
No, it's the two. It's her bib number, just 2:46.
She had a look at the watch there,
and she's running far beyond the wave light in this race, so it's quite faster than the world standard.
I mean, we give them a couple of laps to settle into their rhythm, because obviously they've gone.
It's very dark now. It's
quite
hard. And on the second place, that's Yarigal. She is following Gitonga there, and then it's a 2:05 was on third. That's Diana Cerotic. So those three are the leading pack.
We have a pack of 10 athletes are still in this line of leaders here, all in front of this 15-minute pace.
Yarigal, the Ethiopian, she was only 19 years of age. She ran 15:01 as well on the road, so she is also one that can run 15 flat. She ran it at the Addy Zero Road to Records event in Herzogenaurach back in Germany. And then Cherotic, the Kenyan, she is only 17 years old. And she also ran a new personal best and season best back in Paris on the on-track nights just a week ago. 15:16 her personal best, but she seems to have another plan here tonight.
She's actually ranked number 6 in the juniors in the world list, world fastest times this year. She's number 6 for the 5,000 meter event with her 15:16 from last week.
Well, in the lead, it's still Verity Kitonga. She is World Kenyan. She's doing a great job there with the Ethiopian trailing her. Yalmiget Yarigal. And
so you see the wave light is with them now, so let's see if they can find a nice rhythm and settle into a pace and run with the lights here and keep on target for this 14:57. Still got that group of athletes together, so
the first few laps were quite a bit too fast, I suspect. But as you said, David, now they're in the green light zone, and that's where they will try to stay as long as they can.
9 laps to go, and we've got 4 athletes now starting to break away a little bit from the other 6 athletes.
And
so
that, on second place, that I just want to say that the athlete from Burundi, Francine Niyomokunzi, that was the one you were talking about who ran in Montesson in Paris together with Alina Ray and everybody. Tonight she's on a different quest, a rather faster quest. Now at the 2,000 meter mark, 4:46. No, that can't be right. I'm sorry. 400 meters to go for the 2,000 meter mark. As Kitonga still in the lead with Niyomokunzi on second, and then Yarigal from Ethiopia. And they're still looking smooth here. I'm still wondering if Kitonga is planning to finish this race and go all the way home. On 5th position in the trailing pack, that's Ludovica Cavalli, an Italian, very promising athlete from Italy. She ran a beautiful 8:44.40 back indoors over 3,000 meter. So she came here with a 4:03 over the 1,500. She's gonna try to do her best over the 5,000. She's never done the distance, so this is her first time. And you see her in the blue dress as Kitonga is exiting the race. So as I was suspecting, she was the pacemaker. She was not gonna finish this race, and now it's Francine Niyomokunzi all alone, followed by the Ethiopian Eyalmeget Yarigal. And those two will decide this race between themselves. That's for sure at the moment, at least. As in the backfield, it's quite a big pack still. They were all gathering, collecting themselves.
Seven laps to go there as they cross the finish line, and these two athletes still on the World Championship qualification time pace there.
And they're really flying here. You can see what a beautiful picture now. Look at their strides, just in synchronization. They're just matching there down the back straight within that green shimmer of the wave light.
We also have a set of white lights a little bit behind them. About 100 meters behind, there's another pack with a set of white lights. I'm not quite sure the pace that is set at, but we might be able to can work that out as they come past us next time.
And it's still a long, long way to go. 2,400 meters when they come around with the bell.
But they're past the halfway mark and they're still in front of the light. So, and they're still looking good. I mean, their strides are nice and long and they're still relaxed. Everything is still looking okay at the moment.
New Mukunzi really doing a great job there, very comfortable in the stride, really relaxing. Now 1 or 2 meters ahead of the pace. But
the white lights are set at 15:20. They're going around at 15:20 pace. So we've actually got 2 sets of wave lights at the moment. The green ones are 14:57 and the white lights are 15:20.
And now look at them go. It's as they come close towards the 3,000 meter mark. It's going to be 5 laps to go at the finish line. And they still look very comfortable, don't they? They're really relaxing there, just loping along here in Vienna. Just, you know, almost looks as if they're doing a long run. They're really going to have to continue to push if they want to run below 15 minutes. We're coming around at 8:57 there at 3,000 meters.
I mean, Yarragal is just tucked in there in second place. She's the smaller of the 2 athletes, and it's, I mean, there's no problems with leading at the moment. The conditions are absolutely perfect, but she just looks very relaxed there, tucked in second place. And I think as soon as the pace eases off a bit, I wouldn't be surprised if she goes around and takes the lead.
She's all very sturdy, very, very calm in her upper body, really not wobbling, not bouncing. She's just really just striding along there. Strong running by the Ethiopian. 19 years of age, we remember that. Still under 20. Just having a look at the clock.
I don't know. Do you have much information on any track races from her? I could only get some.
She's rather a
road races. Yeah, she's ranked number 45 in the ranking positions for road racing.
I think she's doing a track debut tonight. Actually, from what I could find out, I don't want to say anything wrong, but I have never seen a 5K from her on the track. So
yeah, all her personal best she set this year was 5 kilometers was in April on the road. So the 10 kilometers she ran in Israel in February on the road. And also back in April, she ran the Berlin half marathon, 66-minute half marathon. So could have a track special, a road special, should I say, coming onto the track and letting us see what she can do on this 12.5 lap event.
You can just see her down the back straight. Let's not forget the second group. I'm just going to say the Italian. She's really running a promising run out on the shoulder, trying to make her move. So she's currently in 3rd position. Cavalli, Ludovica Cavalli, she's doing her best and currently at the 15:20 pace, I think, if I saw that correctly. The second group, the following pack, but now it's still Francine Niomukunzi, and she's coming around with 1,200 meters to go, and now they're starting to think about the long burn up home. Obviously, these long 3 laps here in Vienna.
That's right, but just 3 laps to go, racing each other, racing the lights. The crowd is getting extremely excited. The next group of athletes are just coming through the finish line now. They're in front of the 15:20 light barrier. So that's a target for them to keep in front. But the atmosphere is building here as they're coming down with just 1 kilometer to go, and where a move is being made.
Here comes Yarragal, and we were waiting for this to happen. She was really, you know, looking way too comfortable back there, and now she's putting a surge on, a little in-between sprint, let's put it that way, trying to get rid of Francine Niomukunzi, but she is holding on tight as they have just about 900 meters to go now. And here comes the answer of the athlete from Burundi, Francine Niyo Mokunzi.
Yes, she's having none of this being pushed back to second. 2 laps to go. She is taking the lead again. So 800 meters left.
And she really didn't like that. She really didn't like that. Yarigal just overtook her there, and she's trying to push that home now 700 meters from here as they are overtaking some of them athletes. And now it's going to be an open race towards the end. They're going to try to kick it in from here. Still ahead of the light.
When will the decisive kick come? That'll be the question. And when it comes, who will it be by, and can the other respond?
That's going to be very interesting. I think Yarigal will wait again now a little bit, even though she looks like she's struggling just a little bit. She's going to wait for the last lap now. Obviously, Niyo Mokunzi didn't want her in front of her, so she's going to have to wait for a decisive moment to try and strike again.
Coming down to the last half kilometer. 500 meters to go. Coming down to the main area underneath our newly named beer tent.
And here comes Ethiopia number 2. Here comes Yalmeget Yarigal again, and this time more decisive, more strong than ever, and she's going to try to pull this home now. 400 meters, she hit the bell strong and she hit it sturdy, but now comes Niyo Mokunzi, and she doesn't like that. She's really right behind her again. She's just locked that at her shoulder, you know, poised to strike again for herself. It's going to be a bounce back, maybe again. They're far off the wave right now.
Whoever wins this is going to be an extremely fast time.
We're running a world standard and we're going to run it twice. That is at least almost certain. The question is now who's going to win this race here in Vienna and take the 6,000 euros. And it looks to me as if Yarigal is just ahead and has the better legs, but no, maybe I said that too early. Here comes Francine Niyo Mokunzi, and she's going to try it.
What a great race this has been, these last kilometer.
Can she find that shoulder again? Can she attack?
Move, counter move, and here we are, last 50 meters to go.
But it looks to me as if Yarigal now made that very clear. She's going to win this race here in Vienna, and she's going to win it very, very fast. 51-15. What a beautiful race by Yalmeget Yarigal, the Ethiopian, 19 years of age, world standard. She's gonna have to go through Ethiopian trials, that is for certain, but if she managed to pull that off, we're gonna see her in Budapest. 14:51, what a...
That's inside the top 20 fastest times this year for the women's 5,000 meters.
Absolute masterclass by the Ethiopian. But let's not forget Francine Niyo Mokunzi. She as well ran an incredible, courageous run here, making most of the pace efforts, really developing this race through the midfield.
As you said, it's going to be very tough for her to make the World Championship team. Only 3 athletes from each country, unless there's a wild card or something like that. But she currently has the standard, but unfortunately there's 5 other Ethiopians with a faster time than she has ran tonight. So it might come down to their qualification system, or maybe some of them are running 10,000 or that as well. But as always with these African countries, extremely hard to make a World Championship or Olympic team. So many quality runners they have there.
And you can hear in the background, every single runner is being really cheered on to the last minute. The crowd here really utterly informed by everything that's happening. And they are in the great position of being able to cheer on masterclass fields. What we just saw was absolutely marvelous. And what we're gonna see next is gonna be even better, because what's coming up next is the 5,000 meters men's final. An absolute highlight of tonight, isn't it, Tom?
Yeah, for sure. So I've not seen often live track races, 5K with girls running under 15 minutes. So
and it looked so easy. They were loping along a long way really just, you know, jogging towards the 15 minutes and then making it a race, an open race towards 14:50.
So I'm the guy with the facility records here on our mic, and it was set from Jennifer Wendt in 2016, and it was 15:41. So we are just 50 seconds under this.
That is absolutely
record.
Absolutely marvelous, absolutely incredible what is happening here.
So we crushed the 5,000 meter facility records for the girls. We crushed the steeple woman facility record today, and hopefully we are going to crush the 5K man facility record. It is set. It is a huge old record. It is set in 1979 from Sydney Mary, and it is 13:29.8. So
I think I'm not leaning too far out the window if I say this is definitely going to fall tonight.
That's the truth.
If we're having a look at the fields here, there's basically no chance that 13:29 is not going to happen. And I'm very nervous at the moment because this could be a race under 30 minutes. But we're going to have a little interview right now. So down to David.
So, as I can see,
I'm down here in the interview area with Verity. How was the race? It was a very fast race. You're one of the on-sponsored athletes.
Yeah.
14:51, I think, was first place. I don't quite have the results for your time.
Yeah, no, I don't know either.
I can try to find that out for you, but extremely fast race. How was it for you?
I think, not knowing the times, just from sensations, I'm pretty happy with how it went. I think I paced myself sensibly at the beginning, and I was fortunate that some people caught me from behind. I think that was actually a good thing for me, so we could work together for a little bit. I wasn't like on my own, and I'm proud that, you know, when someone overtook me, I overtook him straight back. I think that was a good mentality for me.
As an on-athlete, how are you finding these on-track nights? I mean, what is the atmosphere like? How is it running here through the tents?
Yeah, I think I'm pretty fortunate that like I have experienced the London 10K quite a few times, so I'm kind of used to the setup, I'm used to the noise, but it's still like every time it gets your adrenaline going, and Vienna has been like on my bucket list of cities for a long time, so like I'm very pleased I got the opportunity to come here, and it's a different vibe. It's nice, it's really good.
Yeah, well, it's first time here in Vienna, so we're hoping it only grows from this, and
exactly.
We're hoping that more athletes like yourself and from On and other nationalities, everyone comes back. But I'm searching for your time at the moment. It hasn't quite come up yet. But I'm sure that it was a good time for you. What else have you got coming up? What is the rest of the season for you?
We don't actually know. This was the race. I had a pretty bad year last year, and so I needed to put down a good time here in order to get some better races later on in the season, and I hope that I've done the job. Yeah, I hope I've done it.
Hopefully we can find that soon. But
yeah.
Thanks for your time. Thanks for giving us an interview, and I'll try to get your results.
That's all right. Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Besonders schauen. Auf die werden wir natürlich auch ganz besonders hinweisen, denn die brauchen wir natürlich hier auch, um Top-Leistungen zu bringen.
Oh, and what a race this will be. Let me just name a few names and just leave them out there without saying any less. We have Dominic Lobalu with us. We have Emmanuel Bohr. We have Egide Ntaka Rutimana. Boniface, Kibiwot, Isaac, Kimili, and we have no less than the Olympic silver and bronze medalist and the world bronze medalist from the United States, Paul Chelimo. So this is a field absolutely packed with performance.
Yeah, quite true. So
I don't think a track like this would even dream about having a race, hosting a race like this. So this is really a once-in-a-lifetime show that's being put on here in Vienna. It will be so exciting to see what these boys can do. But I don't see the US American Tom. I have him on my list, but I don't see him. Which makes me suspect. He's all the way back there.
Yeah, I can see him on the outside. So let's talk about shortly about the local hero.
Definitely.
It is Sebastian Frey from, it is his home track, hometown, and he ran in London. Do you have the official time? I cannot remember.
I can't recall, I'm sorry.
But it is around about 28:30, and it was the qualification time for the Europeans under 23, and
we're having another interview real quick before we continue with this race. Down to the track.
Oh my God, what an incredible night. This has been On Track Night Vienna event here right now. Thank you for being a part of it. Thank you to Kirsopp, our race director, and to the On team for putting on such a great event. This was a night full of entertainment and races. Stay blessed and see you next in Melbourne. Take care. Bye.
So that was the official goodbye from the infield, but we're obviously still there since the great firework is just about to start. And Tom was just talking about Sebastian Frey, the local hero. He's probably not going to be the one who decides this race, but he's definitely in a great shape. He ran a great run in London at the On Track series. He's traveling with the OAC Europe, and he's going to try to run a great race here in the midfield. We have another On athlete that is a big name, Dominic Lobalu. He ran 12:52.15 last year, 13:24 only on the streets of Monaco in spring. But we don't have a time. That is highly unfortunate again, but it doesn't matter.
We'll keep you updated with those.
We're gonna do our best. We got a time. And
about 4 seconds delay on the time, 4 seconds. So just add 4 seconds to that and you get a rough idea.
Time's supposed to be correct. That's what, 1 or 2 seconds maybe, it doesn't matter. But we see one guy, and that's Paul Chelimo. He really gone off strong, but now doesn't want to see his presence be felt at the front. He just ran on Thursday, Bislett Games in Norway. So he's definitely going to feel that in his legs still. He ran
13:06, finished 9th in that race. But the first 2 or 3 kilometers he was up with the leaders. I mean, they ended up running 12:41. It was an insane race and the time was unbelievable. But for the first 2 or 3 kilometers he was leading that race, but then dropped back, but still ran a very good 13:06.
And you definitely can tell this race is going off hard. I think the time is set to be 13:07, is that correct?
13:07, that's correct.
So this will be about what Paul Chelimo ran in Oslo on Thursday. I suspect he thinks he has more in his legs. He ran a very strong 10K in London and also a super strong 2-mile in the Paris Diamond League. And that is very fast.
So those of you at home that are keeping track of the time, we're looking at about just over 31, under 32 seconds for every half lap. The whole field still seems together. We even got some guys running out in lane 2. It just shows the quality of this race.
The guy right behind the pace, that is Egide Ntakarutimana, very long name. He ran 13:08, that's his personal best.
From Paris.
From Paris.
On track night in Paris.
So he is well in shape on time. As the pace is trying his best to keep close to that light.
He's actually coming off a cross-country season. He ran the World Championships in Australia there, and then he ran a couple of 10,000 metre races, including the night of the 10,000 PBs in London, the on-track night there, where he ran a 27:37, and then last week, I said, the 13:06 in his first 5,000 metre race for the season.
Well, we're staying to the race. And it was a 2:53, so that's very fast still. It's going to be a 3K split at about 7:52, 7:51 if they can push that through. And with that, if you have it in your legs, you can definitely run also not just 13:07. You could maybe also run 13 blank or even below, as it's still Ntakarutimana who is right behind the pace, and then the US American, and he looks really comfortable. You can tell now. Just striding along there, and that's in the race. We're seeing here also Dominic Lobalu, if I see that correctly, on 3rd position. I'm just trying to tell, yes, it's the guy from South Sudan. Refugee, he's living in Switzerland, is doing his career there. Incredible story, and he's a very talented runner as well. Isaac Kimeli back there, you could just see him step in the infield, just one step, I think. Shouldn't be a problem.
That's okay, one step is not a problem.
And they're still floating along there. We're gonna look at the 2,000 meter clock when they come back down the back straight. Pace still on, but they're trying to trailing back behind the wave light now. So now it's gonna be Egide Ntakarutimana who will have to try and push and keep that gap as close as possible. So Ntakarutimana, then Chelimo, then
we have about
Lobalu.
The top 7 athletes now are starting to break away. So the race is starting to sort itself out after 5 minutes of running. The top guys now are trying to keep on this pace, and the ones that can't quite hang on now are starting to drop off.
And here's a little move on Lobalu now. He's just, trailing back as the others are trying to keep that gap as close as possible. The pace was fast, very fast down to 2,000. Might not look like it, but these guys are going all out here on this track as they're just trailing behind the wave light just a little bit now. It's Paul Chelimo who goes wide around Ntakarutimana because he clearly saw that he's kind of, just easing off a little bit. I would wonder how far the pacemaker can go. Every meter now counts, as Paul Chelimo now on the outside of the shoulder of Egide Ntakarutimana, and he is poised to strike. He's poised to go all out. He's just waiting for this race to develop. Really looking comfortable there on the inside.
Mohamed Fares, the 32-year-old Moroccan, is up in this group as well. So he's one to keep an eye out for.
He's the guy in the Under Armour dress there in the inside lane, packed in, tucked in this field.
Two-time national champion over this distance, but he did not finish in last week's race in France, so he'll be out with a point to prove.
And on the outside of his in the US American shirt, that's Emmanuel Borhi as well, a very talented athlete, ran a great 5,000 this year as well already. So he as well.
He ran a PB this year, 13:10 in the USA, just at the end of May, so not long ago, 26th of May, only a few weeks ago.
And here goes Ntakarutimana with his first strike, really putting a surge on there, trying to lose his contestants, trying to lose Paul Chelimo, but he, just takes his time closing that gap quite swiftly again. Back in there, Emmanuel Bohr now has to react to this little swift lap in between the race. And the Moroccan as well. He's now trying to hold on. Now we have that single file racing. And Takarutimana.
Yeah, but the first three are starting to pull away from those other two now.
And
so it was a good little burst of speed there.
And here comes Dominic Lobalu, and he reacted as well. He still has something in his legs, and he got a point to prove as well. He can run 12:52, at least he did last year.
He's closed the gap nicely there.
And now look at him go. Look at Takarutimana. He's trying to tell Chelimo, do something, brother, do something. But he ain't doing anything. He's just waiting there, and he's just really relaxing. Obviously, he ran on Thursday, so he has tired legs. He's thinking, I want to take the 6,000 euros. You do your thing with the pace. Paul Chelimo really loping there on position 2, really just striding. He's going to wait a few more laps and see what he can do about that. We just came through with 2,000 meters to go. Now the 4th kilometer. Here, look at Egide Takarutimana, how often he turns around now, opening up again. He just wants Chelimo. He wants Chelimo to go up ahead and do something. But Chelimo won't do him the favor, at least I thought. Now he's up ahead. Emmanuel Bohr trailing behind there about 3 or 4 meters, with Dominic Lobalu trailing him about 2 meters. But now it's just the two of them. It's Egide Takarutimana and Paul Chelimo. These two, they will decide this race here in Vienna. They will decide this grand finale here on this on-track nights event. At the event Vienna Track Night, and Dominic Lobalu, the on-athlete, he now passed Emmanuel Bohr back there, and he's trying to keep that gap as close as possible. Paul Chelimo now pushing strong, 1,600 meters to go, ladies and gentlemen. What a beautiful race, and they're still on pace perfectly.
It's starting just get rather in the middle of the lights. They're sort of seeing at the back of the lights now. So I would like to see them just move up that 1 or 2 meters in that light, so keep it there. So for this final sprint, well, when it comes down to the last kilometre to start with, but I'm looking ahead a fair bit now until this final sprint, and I'm really hoping for a fast time.
And now it looks like to me as if they're really helping each other, because now it's Egide Takarutimana who passed Paul Chelimo as well again. Or it was just Paul Chelimo just playing a little bit, wanting Takarutimana to take the pace again. And this looks to me as if it's going to be a very open race down towards the last kilometer. They're definitely gonna sprint it in at some point. The question is just, when does the sprint erupt? Now, and Takarutimana really trying to keep that pace as fast as possible. Now they're coming towards the last kilometer. And it's gonna be excited to see what they can do on these last 2.5 laps. Here in Vienna, Paul Chelimo still looking very comfortably there. Another switch.
It's time to come through. He wants him to come through.
He wants another switch, but Paul Chelimo doesn't want to switch. He's waiting now.
I'm not sure Chelimo has got the legs to go with him.
10:28, I think he does actually. Obviously, he still has that race from Oslo in his legs. 2.5 laps to go.
I just hope they don't start playing games now and then lose out on the time.
It looks to me as if they are.
They've dropped back again on the lights after a good last lap. Now they've slowed it down this little bit, and there's only 2 laps to go. Come on, guys.
It's not decided yet. It's definitely going to come down to a sprint, and it looks to me as if you're right, David. Paul Chelimo kind of, tilted his head back there. Looks a little tired, but you never know. From his legs, from what I can tell, he still looks very comfortable now again. And Takarutimana looks at the clock. He says, Paul Chelimo, do something, brother.
We've only got 2 laps to go. Come on, there's no time for this. They've dropped off the lights.
And now it's Paul Chelimo. He's striding along down the back straight, 600 meters to go. And I wonder now, what is going through in his head now? Do you take the lights or do you take the win? That's the question that arises at this moment, at this very moment. 2.5 laps, 1.5 lap left to go. Is it gonna be Egide Takarutimana, or is it gonna be Paul Chelimo, the guy from Burundi?
Definitely the Burundi athlete's looking the better.
Or the US American. Now
definitely.
Again, Takarutimana, but he wasted a lot of energy on all that struggle with the Paul Chelimo, and he's gonna now try to hang on there with 500 meters to go. And Takarutimana hits the bell at this very moment, and now it's 400 meters. Can Paul...
They're just behind the lights. Come on, let's get this 13:07.
Can Paul Chelimo, that's the main question, can he make another move? And that's what I'm excited about. Now look at him go. Now 300 meters to go. It's an open race from here, and they're definitely going to kick it. I think the lights will be no problem if they will start their sprint down the back straight. Now look at them go. Paul Chelimo looking on the inside there, and Guide and Takarutimana trying to cover on the outside. Paul Chelimo, he swings wide with 200 meters to go now on the outside of the Burundian athlete. And here comes the US American. He can kick, he's proven it many times, but Takarutimana doesn't want to settle in there now. Can he make another move? Can he counter? Can he try to strike again? 120 meters to go. It's the US American up ahead, and he's going all out. But here comes the Guide and Takarutimana on the last meters. He's trying to go on the inside. He's trying to go on the outside. Paul Chelimo turns around. Who's going to be? It's going to be Paul Chelimo. It's going to be the US American. And it's going to be a time of, Tom, tell me.
13:03.12.
What an incredible run by these two athletes. That was absolutely brilliant. Look at them.
That could definitely be in sub 13 minutes if they didn't have this messing around this second last lap. They dropped off 5 meters from the lights.
But this is racing, David. This is what beautiful race. What a beautiful race. I loved the experience. Look at these two. They were challenging themselves. They were struggling with each other. They were fighting against each other, and now at the end, what a brilliant time. 13:03. I mean, obviously it's not the golden apple, but it's still a fast time here in Vienna, and it definitely is, Tom.
Extremely fast.
It's definitely a track record for this venue.
For sure. Yeah, for sure.
Oh, great running. Very, very courageous running by Guide and Takarutimana. Very clever running by Paul Chelimo, and I think he played his opponent very well today. He really played with him for a long way. You know, just taking these 2 laps, just not to be ungrateful, and then waiting for the kick down the last 200. Great run by the US American.
Could definitely tell that he had the experience over his younger rival.
As we are coming towards an end of this Vienna track night, towards an end of this beautiful evening of masterclass track and field, masterclass running, absolutely marvelous performances. For me personally, a once-in-a-lifetime experience.
But just because the racing is finished here, the on-track nights continues. There is still another concert we have, so the party goes on.
That is most definite. It's just, David, that it's not with us, because I want to go to the party as well, because this is going to be a great evening now.
No, we'll definitely be signing off soon. We're just waiting for Paul Chelimo to come back. We'll grab him for an interview,
I suppose. I'm not sure what the director says.
There he is. So
there he comes.
Back from the victory lap.
And he's still, at least he's trying. He's trying to still run. David is going to try to grab him to the side if that's working out. I think I want to use this moment to put a huge moment of gratitude out there. Say thank you to each and everyone who made this possible, to the track night possible, obviously, to all the helpers and working people out there. I want to have a big thank you to Streamster, the people who made this stream possible, who set it all together, and then obviously, last but not least, I want to say thank you to On for, at least I want to speak to myself, giving me this opportunity, and I want to thank Christoph Sander, the meeting director, for organizing such an incredible event here in Vienna, and then obviously, Tom, I want to thank you for helping me here
Same
on the
to
site.
you.
I want to
Same
thank
to you.
David, even though he's with Paul Chelimo. And I want to thank everyone who has been listening to us this whole night. It was an absolute blast. Thank you at this moment. But now we're going down to the interview. We're going down to the winner of tonight. We're going down to Paul Chelimo and to David.
So we're down here now, interview area with our race winner, Paul Chelimo. First of all, congratulations, Paul. We weren't quite sure where you're going to run because you just ran 2 nights ago in the Diamond League. But you not only did you come and run, you won the race and you actually ran a faster time than you did in the Diamond League. How was it for you?
It's a pretty good race, you know. It's a good turnaround. Raced a day ago, about like 2 days ago. It's not been over like 48 hours. It's been tough, you know. I would say because got to Paris a week ago and warming up, I was breathing like so hard. The next day after Paris, I came to realize I have a really bad flu. So been trying to just get my fitness. You know, I've been, you know, my manager here that's been on me all the time is like, you gotta get the standard. You know, I was sick, but I you know, for me, I always like push myself, and I always want to make all that believe in me happy. So I was like, why not? Let's do 2 races. Let's try. Let's have a show in Oslo and also here in Vienna. So I had signed up for Vienna a long time ago, and I didn't want to burn the bridges. So I was like, I'm gonna show up here and do my best.
Well, we're glad that you turned up. You just missed the standard. 13:03 was your time. Are you happy with that?
Yeah, no, I didn't miss the standard today. So I got the standard for the World Championships, which is 13:07. So
Yes.
So I've got the standard like twice now. So it's good. It's good turnaround, and I have about another 2 months till the World Championships. So yeah.
You looked to, in the last kilometre, you were playing a little bit with your opponent. He wanted you to come through, you didn't want to come through, then you did, then you went back. Were you playing games a little bit, or is that your plan?
So yeah, the goal today was just to come get a race inside in my legs, you know, because I already have another 5K in my legs from 2 days ago. So big goal was just to come here and test myself and do the best I could and help the guys get the standard, hold them to the standard, and I did my best, and I was out there in front. So it's a pretty good race, you know.
What is it with the rest of your season? What do you have coming up? What are your goals now?
I've got US trials July 6th, and then after that, just prepare for the World Championships. You know, it's been a journey, and there's a lot of people who believe in me. You know, Kipran is always on my back, and they want a medal for sure. So I have to give them I have to reward them with a good medal. So I have to work hard.
How was it in Vienna? This is the first time we've had this on-track nights with this experience with the atmosphere and everything. How was that for you?
I mean, it's amazing. It feels like a championship. You know, it's a good way to test myself before a championship, but this really felt like a championship, and all the fans coming out there and cheering me, and it's just amazing. Like the London night of PBs was fun. This one again, I was like, I don't want to miss. It's like a Saturday party. So yeah.
Well, for us now, the party will continue. There's a concert about to start, but I guess you have to warm down stuff. Thank you for coming to Vienna. Thank you for such a good race, and all the best for the rest of the season and the World Championships.
I'll say thanks to all those who believe in me, my fans, and I always want to say go hard or suffer the rest of your life. Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Paul. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, I think it was good words of Paul Chelimo. It's been a journey, you know. It's been a journey, and that's definitely the motto for tonight, for me, for tonight. It's been a journey. What a journey it has been. Vienna Track Night on Track Night series here, 2023, and it's been absolutely beautiful. And David just ran back here. Maybe we can get in the picture. He's been running down there all the time to get the interviews. Good job out there, David. So this is my last word now. Thank you everybody for listening to us. Thank you, David, as well to you. I said thank you to Tom already. And
thank you to you guys. First time in Vienna commentating with me here for this. We're looking forward to December, the next on-track night in Melbourne. also for any local people, this I have to say thank you to Streamstar. They did the live coverage, and they will be also covering all the top meetings in Austria. So for all you athletic fans, please keep your eye out for the top meetings coming up and check out Streamstar, the home of sports here. But thanks to everybody, the organisers. I'm sure you've thanked a lot of people. But that's probably about it for us. It's time for us to party.
I think for everybody out there, enjoy your night. We're going to enjoy ours, and I hope you all enjoyed this as much as we did. Thank you, everybody, for listening to us.
Great night, great entertainment. Thanks, everybody.
Good night.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you.
Good night, everyone.